Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Botanical University Challenge 2022. If you were with us last week, you would have seen an exciting knockout round where 18 amazing teams competed to be in the grand finals today. So today we're through to the last 8 teams who are competing to be this year's champions. So in the first quarter final, we've got Sutton Bonington at Nottingham playing RHS Wisley. And next up is Liverpool versus Manchester United. That's universities, not football teams. The third quarter final is the Open University versus Durham. And in the final quarter final, this afternoon, we bring you a rerun of last year's final. So it's all going to be different in the final this time, and that is Cambridge versus MMU. They were all very close last week on the multi-choice questions. So it's anybody's game this afternoon, everything to play for. Any team could win. Cambridge were up there in the lead, but they didn't have much of a lead, and there was only a filmy fern frond separating the top team from the bottom. Over to you, Jonathan.
Well, welcome from me, Jonathan Mitchley. Some know me as Dr. M. A warm welcome to the second week of Botanical University Challenge. We've spread this over 2 days this year because of its popularity and its growing spread, its growing reach. John has outlined the format. Just to say that the quarterfinals will consist of 4 rounds each, 4 questions in each round, 4 rounds. The semi-finals 5 rounds each team, and the finals 6 rounds each team. Now we haven't published an official schedule, but I can give you some pointers to bear in mind. So we're hoping that the contest itself will start about 2:15 after the introductions. We go into the quarterfinals. We're then taking a break at the end of the quarterfinals at about 4 o'clock. And that's a half-hour break. We then go into the semi-finals, then into the finals, and we expect the grand final to be running at about 5:30. But don't hold us to any of that. It's been really exciting every year since we started 2016 at Kew. But this year, extra exciting. We're online. We're over 2 days. I can tell you we've sold over 500 tickets on the Eventbrite link. I've just checked it. And we've had way more than 800 views of the video from last week, and there'll be a video of this week available, so you'll be able to relive. You'll be able to watch if you're not able to watch all of this, but I do hope you'll stay with us. It's going to be a long afternoon, but it's going to be exciting because botany is the centre. I'm well known for saying it's all about the plants, it's all about the botany, but I'm reminded on this kind of occasion that actually it's also all about the botanists. It's all about our student teams. And it's about our audience, okay, and we hope that we can celebrate botany, plants, botanists, and our audience in good style today. We will be sending out an audience survey via the Eventbrite link so that you can tell us how you found this week and last week. And we'll be including in that, and you'll see as we go through today, and certainly if you were here last week, some really great team names. Okay, and we have a little contest, a vote in the audience survey, which will come out later towards the end of today, that allows you to pick your favourite, and then we'll have a prize giving a bit later on. It won't be today, but a prize giving there. Whilst I'm talking about prizes, maybe I can just briefly remind the teams and show our audience what we're competing for, or what they are competing for today. Okay, so for prizes, basically everyone's a winner. You're all plant champions. All the participants in Botanical University Challenge have already received a t-shirt, and we'll be seeing some of those on display as we go through. All participants who competed last week will be receiving 2 really nice ID fold-out sheets from the Field Studies Council, and today even the six teams that don't manage to get through to the final 2 positions will receive more Field Studies Council identification sheets, and we're really grateful for the Field Studies Council for this, and also to the New Phytologist Foundation for helping fund all of what's going on today. So here are some images of the Field Studies Council fold-out ID sheets. The top positions, so the runners-up and the winners today, will receive the Field Studies Council identification sheets, but also their latest vegetative guide to grasses, and that's each team member. And in addition, if we go back to the previous slide, we're offering to the team members of the runners-up and the finals a copy of the recent BBC landmark series, The Green Planet, narrated by Sir David Attenborough, and we're delighted that Sir David has agreed to sign copies for our winners and for our runners-up. We're also giving additional book tokens to the winners and the runners-up today. So there's plenty to play for, but it is all about the plants, it's all about the botanists, and we're absolutely delighted this year to welcome 3 additional people. The chairs, our 3 chairs, and I just want to do a brief introduction to our chairs, and then I'm going to ask them to say a few words before we launch into Botanical University Challenge 2022. Okay. So I'd like to start by a brief introduction to Professor Sandy Knapp. She's Merit Researcher in the Plants Division of the Natural History Museum in London, and she's President of the Linnean Society. We're delighted that she's agreed to chair sessions for us today. She does research, she writes prize-winning books, she curates herbaria, she communicates science to the public on television and radio. She's also a leader in international projects about plant taxonomy. She was born in the USA, worked at Missouri Botanic Garden and the Mississippi State University and Cornell University. She's been in the UK since 1992 at the Natural History Museum in London, and her favourite plants, anyone who knows anything about Sandy and follows her on Twitter, you'll know that it's the nightshade family for her, the Solanaceae. So delighted to welcome Sandy Knapp onto our chair panel. Then next I'd like to welcome up Lena Struve. She's professor at Rutgers University. She's director of the Chrysler Herbarium USA. She does research, she teaches about evolution, plant diversity and nature journaling. She was born in Sweden. She worked at the New York Botanical Garden and then Rutgers University, where she is now, and she works on worldwide biodiversity, particularly the gentian family and the strychnine families, so that's intriguing. She's also fascinated by people's everyday use and perceptions of plants, and also the history and flora of weeds. She runs the annual personal BioBlitz in iNaturalist, and you may have noticed that that's been launched recently. She's the founder of BotanyDepot.com, and she blogs as Botanical Accuracy, so she's very, very into being botanically correct in terms of communicating about botanical science. She's really enthused by engaging people in the wonderful and indeed life-saving world of botany, and her secret mission, and I suspect it's not so secret, is to make everyone love plants and to see them with new eyes. So welcome Lena Struve to our panel of chairs. And third up is Raj Whitlock. He's a senior lecturer at the University of Liverpool, and he has a special interest in today, of course. We have a team from Liverpool. He's an ecologist interested in the responses of grasslands to climate change, and evolution adaptation, plant soil adaptations, and soil microbial responses. So that really important component of the biosphere, the below ground component. He's pretty much in love with herbaceous plants of unimproved grassland, so he's a man after my own heart. He loves lots of plants, including the melancholy thistle, the globe flower, grass of Parnassus, sedges and grasses. So again, after my own heart, the wonderful Poaceae, Cyperaceae families. But his love of these is as much for their ecological superpowers and importance as for their beauty. None of these plants are particularly real rarities, but many are nonetheless sadly declining. His favourite NVC classification, National Vegetation Classification, is CG2, particularly upland limestone variants. So at that stage, thank you and welcome Raj to our trio of chairs. I'm going to now pass over to the chairs in the same order as I've introduced them, just to tell you a bit more about themselves and to what they are looking forward to today. And we'll start with Sandy Knapp.
Hi, everybody. Hello, botanists. This is really exciting. You know, Jonathan, that was a wonderful introduction, and I think you've given me more street cred than I actually have. But what I'd like to say is I'm a bit of an accidental botanist because I grew up loving the outdoors, and what I really wanted to do was marine biology and go to the beach all the time. But I ended up taking a plant course and was absolutely hooked, and it was the best decision I've ever made. So all of you botanists, accidental or not, I'm really looking forward to today, and congratulations to all of you because you've started off on a path that will give you nothing but joy.
Wonderful. Hand over to Lena Struve.
Hello, everyone. It's fantastic to be part of this Botanical University Challenge, and I'm grateful to the organizers to invite me for the first time ever in this part. So I love plants, like Jonathan was saying. I love plants, and I think plants are amazing for so many reasons that maybe not everybody realizes. Plants have these amazing shapes, forms, solutions, beauty, uses for people. They are chemical factories, and this is hopefully something you can all explore today with us as part of this university challenge. And this is all due to evolution. This is evolution that has created and co-evolution with other species that are not plants. So stay with us and explore and learn as part of this event today.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And third up is Raj. Raj, welcome.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's a delight to be here. I've always been absolutely fascinated by plants. They're simple organisms made up of the same basic plant parts, leaves, flowers, stems, and so on, yet they're also seemingly endlessly complicated and fascinating. They adapt to their conditions. They use those structures in diverse and unique ways to adapt to changing conditions, sometimes over the spatial scales of centimeters or over very small timescales. They can adapt to changing climates, to diseases, pests. They can even recognize kin, related individuals, and so can behave. And they can farm and manipulate communities of dependent soil microbes that then give them benefits back in the form of pest or disease protection or stress tolerance. And we need plants. Goodness, do we need plants? They are bound up, they're integral to many of the ecosystem services that support us as humans, our populations, and life on this planet. So that's what motivates my research really into the impact of climate change on these organisms. As I said, I'm delighted to be here. This has been a massive learning experience for me, and I'm looking forward in this contest, this competition, to continuing to learn about botany and to seeing and being inspired by what our teams and contestants already know about botany.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Raj. We're going to have a short break as we introduce our first team. So I'd just like to echo all the sentiments from our lovely three judges. Plants are endlessly fascinating, and there's always something new to learn, and that's one of the many reasons that I'm a huge fan of plants. So we're going to be moving now into the first round. How exciting is that? So we're getting to the first heat. We're going to be welcoming Sutton Bonington. We're going to be welcoming RHS Wisley, and RHS Wisley for the first time to Botanical University Challenge, and these are our two first up teams. We're going to have Raj in the chair, and as I said before, each team will face rounds of 4 questions. There are 4 rounds for each team. So I think at this stage, I'm just going to stand back now and look forward to enjoying the first quarterfinal of Botanical University Challenge 2022. Thank you.
And welcome to the first quarterfinal, Heat 1 in this year's Botanical University Challenge. We have Nottingham Sutton Bonington versus RHS Wisley in this contest.
Hello.
Welcome to you all. I hope you're looking forward to the contest. We've got a really fascinating and diverse set of challenging questions for you. Good luck. Let's meet the teams. First, I will introduce the Wisley team. They're called the Wisley, the Wisley Whiz Kids. And their names are Patrick Paul, Owen Heyman, Lucy Bidgood, Narissa Kempster, and Jack Aldridge. The team for Sutton Bonington are Georgina Griffiths, Sarah Bailey, Thomas McBride, Jakob Bookreiter, and Rachel Banks. Welcome to you all. And here we go, round 1. The first question for Sutton Bonington, please. What genus is this?
Okay.
No, that's a rush.
Juncus.
Juncus,
Yeah. Yeah, Juncus, final answer.
Final answer, Juncus. That is correct. This genus had many historical uses, including being used for thatching on roofs, for textiles, and for basket making. Next question, please. To what plant family does this plant belong? And this question is going to Sutton Bonington.
Oh, sorry.
Fabaceae. Final answer.
Final answer for Basie. That's correct. So this is Ornithopus purpucillus, the bird's foot, and the Latin name literally means very small bird's foot. On to the next question, please, for Sutton Bonington. What plant species is this?
Is it vanilla? That is vanilla planifolia.
Yeah, vanilla planifolia, final answer.
As your final answer, that's absolutely correct. That's vanilla planifolia, the source of commercially produced vanilla. At least one vanilla species is adapted to bird pollination. But what is the botanical term for this type of pollination?
No. Is it zero? It's avios. It's avian something, no? Should have revised these.
It begins with zoo, but I can't remember the ending.
Not zoonotic it's not zoocori, is it? Do you want to go with that?
Yeah, we'll go with it.
Yeah.
Zoocori, final answer.
As your final answer, the technical term is, that's incorrect, I'm afraid. The technical term is ornithophyly. And it was Edward Albus who, this is a bird pollinated vanilla, but many of the others are bee pollinated. And it was Edward Albus in Reunion who discovered how to pollinate orchid species, and commercial vanilla production actually still today depends on his method of cross-pollination for these plants. Next question, please. These are the questions for RHS Wisley. Your first round.
Not letting us start our video, sorry.
We're just waiting for the team to be connected up to this round. Apologies for the delay.
It's not letting us.
Right, we have RHS Wisley, I think, connecting just now. So I think, can we proceed to our first question, please? RHS Wisley, what species is this?
Trifolius, final answer. Final answer.
Trifolium's the genus. What species name, please?
Rubens, final answer.
Rubens. I'm afraid that's incorrect. The species name for this species is Trifolium fragiferum. It's the strawberry clover, so called because the fruiting bodies and perhaps the seed heads look a little bit like strawberries. Next question. To what plant family does this species belong?
Iridaceae, final answer.
Is that Iridaceae?
Yeah, Iridaceae, final answer.
Yes, it is. It is the Iridaceae, the iris family. This is Iris petitissima, the stinking iris. And if you rub its leaves, you might get a beefy or oxo-like flavour or smell on your fingers. And it actually, I wouldn't try this because it actually sticks to your hands. Next question, please. What are the names of flower morphs in heterostylous plants, such as Armeria maritima? What are the names of the flower morphs in heterostylous plants, such as Armeria maritima?
Cyme, final answer.
We were in fact looking for two names here. So cob and papillate would be the specific terms for the Plumbaginaceae, but also pin and thrum or long and short styled could have been good answers. On to the next question, please. What term is used to describe the movement of genetic material from one species into another through interspecific hybridization followed by backcrossing? Is that a pass?
That's a pass.
Yeah, so this is the process of introgression. And now we proceed to our next round, I think. John, could you update us with the scores briefly? Thank you. Sutton Bonington 30 and Wisley 10, I think that was. So next question, please. Questions for Sutton Bonington? What does a phycologist study?
Parasitic, what do you reckon? I don't know. What's phycol? It's related to plants. But
Berries, the fruits.
should we go parasitic fruits?
I don't think it's to do with parasitic.
Oh, yeah, just fruits.
Yeah, I think it's the fruiting of plants. Final answer.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. They study algae. Next question, please. The term mycelium is a term used in mycology, but what does it mean?
Hyphae. The network of underground fungal hyphae. Final answer.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. Well done. It's a mycelium of thread-like hyphae, as you say, that form both the vegetative part of the fungus and all of the structures needed to perform reproduction. The mycelium of some fungi is described as sinusitic. What does that mean?
Does it mean it takes nutrients like nitrogen?
I think it transfers nutrients.
Takes nutrients.
Because it doesn't necessarily take them for itself, it transfers them between plants.
Yeah. It is involved between the transfer of nutrients between the fungus and plant species around it. Final answer.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. So sinusitic means that the cells are effectively multinucleate. There are few or no structures to divide the cells, so the hyphae can contain many nuclei within the cytoplasm. And some of these sinusitic fungi are amongst the most important, actually, in mycorrhizal symbiosis with plants. What is a pneumatophore?
So I can describe it. Yeah.
What is in that?
It's a type of root commonly found in mangroves that kind of is in the air. Is that it? Good enough?
Yeah, rootstock.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
I'll accept that. They're specialized aerial roots that enable plants to breathe. If you like, a snorkel for plant roots.
That's what I was going to use that word, yeah.
They're amazing. That they allow the root oxygen to be almost at the same level as that in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Now we'll have questions for RHS Wisley in round 2. RHS Wisley, in which plant tissue would you find vessel elements and tracheids?
The phloem, final answer?
No, I'm afraid that's incorrect. The answer is it was 50-50 there perhaps, but it was the other one you were looking for. The xylem or vascular bundles vasculature would have been acceptable answers. Bad luck. What functions does spongy mesophyll have in the leaf in addition to photosynthesis? Can I have your final answer, please?
As packing tissue?
I'm afraid that's not correct. So they are spongy, but they're not necessarily for packing. The function that they perform in addition to photosynthesis is gas exchange of carbon dioxide and water vapor. What is the function of plasmodesmata in plant cells?
To control the opening of the stomata, final answer?
Final answer. I'm afraid that's not correct. So the plasmodesmata, they're channels between the cells that allow continuity between the cells. And what their function is to allow the movement of water, solutes and other things, RNA, plant hormones, etc., between cells, cell to cell. Bad luck. On to the next question. The Calvin cycle takes place in the area labeled B in the chloroplast. What is B? I'll have your final answer, please. You're passing. Okay. That's the stroma. It's the liquid within the chloroplast. And we'll move on. So now we're at round 3. These are questions for Sutton Bonington. What plant is most commonly used to make commercial rum?
Sugarcane, final answer.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. Various species of sugarcane. Other rums are available, so marrow rum and beet rum are other species that rum can be made from. Next question. Alicante, Big Daddy, Sungold, and Tumbler are all varieties of what crop?
Tomato, final answer.
That's absolutely correct. They are all tomato varieties. In photosynthesis, water is oxidized to liberate or release oxygen. But which metallic element is the critical enzyme cofactor that catalyzes this reaction?
Magnesium.
Because it's in chlorophyll.
Yeah.
That catalyzes this reaction.
That probably would be magnesium still.
Yeah. Magnesium, final answer.
You were close. It does begin with an M, but the correct answer is manganese. So this micronutrients, the critical cofactor in many metalloenzymes in plants. Next question, please. Who wrote this? For at this present moment, I care more about Drosera than the origin of all the species in the world.
But we're going to go Charles Darwin, final answer.
That's absolutely correct. The answer is Charles Darwin in a letter to Charles Lyell in 1860. And that kind of puts things into perspective, doesn't it? I will never think of sundews in quite the same way again. Next question, please. Can we have an update, please, on the scores?
We're currently Sutton Bonington on 80 and Wisley on 10, but they're a round behind, remember. They've still got their round 3 questions to go.
Thank you. That's useful, John. Thank you very much. Your chance to catch up now, RHS Wisley. Your round 3 questions. So what genus of plants is used to treat malaria and flavour absinthe? I'm afraid you're out of time there. So the genus is Artemisia, or otherwise known as wormwood. Next question, please. Which species is cultivated for its edible leaves, shoots, swollen roots, and as a source of refined sugar? This is going to RHS Wisley.
So sugar beet, final answer. We don't know the species. Yeah.
Yes, I'll accept that. Well done. So the answer is Beta vulgaris or the sugar beet. We'll go straight on to the next question. What are the types of organism that are present in a lichen?
Is it fungi?
We're going to say it's a symbiotic relationship between a fungi and a plant species. Final answer.
Yes, I'll accept that. So it's certainly a phototruth, a fungus and usually a eukaryotic alga, but it's recently been shown that other bacteria and cyanobacteria can be involved. So quite a party. Next question. The glomeromycota, also known as glomeromycetes, are the fungi involved in AM or VAM mycorrhizal symbioses. But what do AM and VAM stand for?
Yeah, well, we know that the first one is arbuscular something, and yeah, beyond that, sorry.
Okay, I'm afraid that's not quite enough information. That's incorrect. So the answer is arbuscular. You got that bit. Mycorrhiza and vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. And John, the scores, please.
Scores are 80 to Sutton Bonington and 30 to Wisley.
Our final round, round 4. Next question, please. Sutton Bonington, what is macaire?
Is it something to do with the hair structures, or is it a name of someone?
Maybe it's a botanic garden. I literally have no idea.
It could be a structure of like a structure of like a bush, maybe.
Could be. I'm going to go with a random guess. We don't know of a botanic garden.
They all seem like sensible suggestions, but I'm afraid none of those are the correct answer. It's a type of species-rich dune grassland, and it's supports typically found in around Scotland and the Outer Hebrides.
That makes sense with the
really fascinating plants. Scottish scurvy grass, Marshall's eyebright. Next question. What is the name of this kind of tree forestry or management?
Yeah. Coppicing, final answer.
That's correct. And on to the next question. What characterises a podzol?
It's like sandy, isn't it? Or no?
It's really
Yeah.
It's really dark.
It's dark red soil.
Dark, quite a lot of organic matter.
Yeah. High humus.
High humus.
Yeah, a high humus based soil, quite dark, full of organic matter, very nutrient rich.
I will accept that. It's a soil. It does have some of those characteristics. Critically, it includes a layer of bleached sand and leached bleached sand, and from the Russian meaning ash soil. And those are the typical soils of heathland, also boreal and eucalypt forests. Next question, please. What specialist form of photosynthesis do these plants share, evolved to cope with periodically dry conditions?
Yes.
Yeah, it's CAM, isn't it?
Yeah. CAM photosynthesis.
That is the correct answer. Thank you very much. Crassulated acid metabolism, or CAM. Next question, please. These are questions for RHS Wisley. Welcome back. So your first question. What is a forb?
Type of vegetation? Final answer.
It's a particular type of vegetation. So your answer is incorrect, I'm afraid. The answer is a herbaceous flowering plant that is not a graminide, i.e. not a grass, a sedge, or a rush. Next question. The diagram here shows Whitaker's model of global biomes, but what are the two axes on this diagram?
Say rainfall and temperature. Final answer.
That's absolutely correct. Well done. So on the x-axis, you have temperature increasing left to right, y-axis, precipitation level increasing bottom to top. Next question. What is a utricle?
Yeah, pass. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. The answer is that this is a sac-shaped or urn-shaped structure that surrounds, for example, female flowers in Carex, and they're in that genus, they're critical for species identification. Next question, please. This person was the first to produce experimental evidence for the controversial idea that plants were capable of sexual reproduction. Who was he?
We're going to guess Mendel. Final answer.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. He was Camerarius. So his experiments involved interrupting pollination by preventing male and female plants or flowers from interacting with each other, demonstrating the importance of pollination for seed set in plants. And so that, I think, is the end of this heat. Can we have the final scores, please?
Round one, final scores, Sutton Bonington 110, RHS Wisley 40.
So I declare that Nottingham, Sutton Bonington are the winners of this heat. You are the shining stellaria of this part of the competition. Well done. Commiserations to RHS Wisley. We'll see you next year in 2023 and enjoy the rest of the show.
Welcome back, everybody. This is very exciting. We now come to heat 2 of the quarterfinal, in which the two competing teams will be Liverpool and Manchester. And as John said at the very beginning, these are not the football teams, although they probably play football. Our team from Liverpool, the Liverpool Lamb Bananas, are Callum Swift, Mariam Ali, Toby Irving, and Amy Hill. And our team from Manchester, University of Manchester, who are called Under My Umbrella, are Lottie Goodman, Tess Hayton, Ethan Reisman, and Argash Manivanan. So welcome, everybody. It's really great to see you. This is very exciting. Let's get going with the first set of questions for Liverpool, round 1. Can I have the first question? What species is this?
I'm not sure one particularly, but I'd say Dactyliza purpurea.
Yeah.
I don't think that's correct. Dactyliza purpurea, final answer.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. This is Anacamptis pyramidalis, the pyramidal orchid, one of the orchids that's really commonly used to reseed grass verges down here in the south part of England. So I'll forgive you that. Next question, please. What species is this?
I think it's in platinums, but
Oh.
I don't know. Say Himalayan balsam, maybe?
Oh,
Yeah.
Himalayan balsam, final answer?
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect as well. This is dog's mercury, Mercurialis perennis. It's called dog's mercury because it's poisonous. It's false, and it's also an indicator of ancient woodland. Next question, please. This lichen is Lecanora muralis, and it's found often on pavements and walls and other places like that. What is its vernacular or common name?
I have no idea.
City lichen or something like that.
I literally don't know.
I don't feel that. White lichen, ash lichen. Please have to guess.
Choose one or choose one.
White lichen.
Final answer, white lichen.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect as well. These ID questions are so hard. The answer for this one is the chewing gum lichen. And I guess, you know, I'm going to suggest to our chewing gum artist, Ben Wilson, who down here in London makes tiny little pictures on bits of chewing gum, which are stuck into the kind of footpaths of the Millennium Bridge, that he needs to do one of the chewing gum lichen to kind of make a good alliteration. Okay, next question, please. This lichen is the oak moss, Evernia prunastri. What's the name that's given to its growth form?
I think it's thyroid. I could be wrong. I think that's thyroid. Do you have,
I mean, I don't have any
see the
simple to suggest.
folios, but
Yeah.
what do you like? What do you like?
Go for it.
Which one? Thyroid.
Yeah.
Thyroid lichen. Final answer.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect as well. I said the right word in there. This is a folios lichen. This is a folios lichen. Okay, can we pass to the next set of questions for Manchester, round one?
Yep.
Okay, Manchester. First question, please, Hannah. What species is this?
Some sort of buttercup. Okay, we're going to say buttercup. Final answer.
Buttercup, final answer. I'm not going to accept that. This is Ficaria verna, the lesser celandine. It's in the buttercup family, but it's not technically a buttercup.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Next one. What plant species is this, Manchester?
Yeah. Let's move that.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, not sure.
So
Yeah.
do you want to pass?
Should we just have a guess?
It's like some sort of berry, I don't know. In the desert?
Yeah, deserty. Any guess? Go on. Shot in the dark. Okay. Yeah, it's a species. We're gonna pass. We don't know.
Okay, pass. The this is Hippophae rhamnoides, the sea buckthorn, and the fruits of this make the most amazing jam, which you can buy in lots of places, or you can make it yourself.
Where does this plant grow?
Really cool plant.
Where does it grow?
On the beach.
On the beach.
Next question, please. This lichen is a good indicator of clean air. What is it called?
This is thyroid, but what's it like? The bearded lichen. I don't know. That's our guess.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Can you say it again?
The bearded lichen.
The bearded lichen. Is that what you said? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's not correct. This is Loberia pulmonaria, which is called the lungwort, the lung lichen, the oak lungwort, oak lungs, but all the common names have lungs in it because this is something that it looks a bit like lungs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And those of you at home may be wondering why it's stapled to the tree, and it's stapled because it's part of a reintroduction experiment. So it's not cruelty to lichens. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, next question, please, Hannah. Thank you. What is the genus of this lichen? Manchester.
There's
Then
Xanthoria.
Xanthoria.
You need to, is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the final answer, please?
Go on, Tess.
I know there's Xanthorias an orange.
Okay, Xanthoria is your final answer?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. This is Cladonia. And this image includes several species, but the main one with the orange on is Cladonia flurciana. And where I come from, this lichen is called British soldiers because during the American Revolution, the British soldiers wore red coats, and this lichen has little red coats on it. So that's what it's called where I come from. Okay, we are now going to move to round 2, the questions for Liverpool. Okay, can I have the first question, please? Thank you, Hannah. Liverpool, what is the name for this type of compound leaf?
Doubly pinnate or something like that. It is because it's doubly pinnate. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Doubly pinnate. Final answer.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's not correct. This is a 3-pinnate, triply pinnate leaf. This is bracken, Pteridium aquilinum. You can see there's 3 sets of divisions in that leaf. It's a hard one. Okay, next question, please. According to its vernacular or common name, of what does Dryopteris emula smell?
Well, something that has like a smell. Dryopteris. Oh, hang on, that's a fern. Cinnamon. Oh, I think. Hang on, go for it. You can't go. Cinnamon. Final answer.
Final answer, cinnamon. No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'm so sorry. This is the hay-scented fern. It smells of hay. When it's dry, it's often odorless when it's fresh. Where I come from, again, hay-scented fern is a completely different genus of ferns. So that's what teaches you that common names are often a good thing not to rely upon. Okay, next question, please. What is a loop?
It's a small little magnifying glass. Oh,
Just like
go for it. Yeah, that. A hand lens or small magnifying glass.
That is absolutely correct, Liverpool. It's a hand lens used for plant ID. It's also used by jewelers and geologists, but it's clearly its use in botany is the most important use of all. Fantastic. Well done, Liverpool.
Great.
Next question, please. In what British habitats might you expect to find species in the fern genus Hymenophyllum?
Oh, I think those are the filmy ferns. So I think it's adjacent to waterfalls, like very wet. So like, wet habitats next to water. Okay. Wet habitats on rocks next to waterfalls and the such like. Final answer.
That is absolutely correct, Liverpool. Hymenophyllum are the filmy ferns. They're found in shady, high humidity habitats. Their fronds are 1 cell layer thick, so they're super sensitive to desiccation, but they also are very good at absorbing water from all around in their environment. They're fantastically beautiful, beautiful plants. Next question, please. Actually, it's questions for Manchester, round 2. Manchester, what is the botanical term for the fruit of members of the genus Acer or the maples?
It's like, I think elderberries in it, but I don't know what a berry, I don't know.
You need to say final answer so that I know who's answering.
Amarella or John.
Is that what's your final answer?
Or Samara? I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, what's your final? Can you tell me what your final answer is?
Samara, final answer. Samara.
Okay, that is correct. Please do tell me what your final answer is, because it's hard because you're on 2 different screens. It's hard for me to decide who's saying. That is absolutely correct. The botanical term for fruits of the member of Acer is Samara. It's actually a 1-seeded fruit with a nice big wing. It's one of those helicopter fruits which kids play with in playgrounds all the time.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I haven't been able to hear the bell. Okay, next question, please. What shape is the indusium of Atherium felix femina? The lady fern.
It's also the like the tri and die.
It's like ferns are feathery. I don't know what I don't know what an indusium is. Like,
But should we just guess a finding one? It's something.
yeah, like maybe like sort of semicircular. I don't know.
What we call that?
Can I have your final answer?
Okay, we'll go for like a semicircle with feathers on it.
Okay, I'm actually going to accept that because the indusium is the thing that covers the spores of a fern, and these are C or J shaped, and C is pretty much a semicircular circle. So I'll accept that one.
Thank you.
Not technically perfectly correct, but I'll accept it. Next question. Which one of the following ferns is found more often in limestone pavement? Dryopteris felix mas, Dryopteris submontana, or Dryopteris carthusiana?
These etymologies for this one.
I think so. Submontana.
Like etymology wise. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going for Dryopteris submontana. Final answer.
Okay, thank you. That is absolutely correct. The one of these three, which is found most often on limestone pavement, is Dryopteris submontana, or the rigid buckler fern.
You know the etymology of that, right?
It is kind of a thing about its name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Next question.
It's not.
In which fern generation is the prothallus?
I think gametophyte.
First generation gametophytes.
Yeah, when it first.
Do
you have a final answer?
Yeah, we'll go for that. Gametophyte, final answer.
Okay, final answer, gametophyte is absolutely correct. It is the fern generation that is the prothallus, is the N or the haploid generation. And gametophytes in ferns are often heart-shaped. And if you remember what Lady Gaga wore at the 2010 Grammy Awards, you will never in your whole life forget what a fern gametophyte looks like ever again. So they're heart-shaped. John, could I have the scores, please?
Currently on Liverpool 20, Manchester 40.
Okay. Thank you, John. Okay, we're going to round 3, questions for Liverpool. Can you unmute yourself, Liverpool? There you are. What is the botanical term for the fruit of members of the APACE?
I think it might be an achene. Oh, do you have any other options?
No.
Okay, yeah, go. Just final answer, achene.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. The botanical term for Apiaceae fruits is a schizocarp or a merocarp. It's because it kind of pulls out and then opens in a particular way. Next question. What does the term opposite decussate mean?
I think it means leaves that are opposite and like attached to the stem, like a teasel. But I could be wrong. But yeah. It does it refer to? Sorry, final answer. Does it refer to leaf? Leaf arrangement where they're opposite. Leaves on opposite sides of the stem connected, and they are connected at right down to the stem at the PTL level.
I'm sorry, but that's not quite the right answer. What opposite decussate is it's opposite leaves with adjacent pairs at right angles. So there'll be one like this and one like this and one like this. And you can think about it as almost being a good way of harvesting all of the light all around the stem like that. Lamiaceae often have that, as do Caryophyllaceae. Okay, next question, please. What is the botanical term for the fruit of members of the genus Rumex, the docks, Liverpool?
I have literally no idea. Sorry.
No, I don't know.
I'm going to guess. No, it's not.
Especially yes, anything else.
I don't know. Anything?
Yeah, anything else.
Just like Aki again.
Go for it.
Final answer, as a guess, achene.
That is absolutely correct. As a guess, that's a very good guess. An achene is a very good guess. It looks a bit like a winged fruit, doesn't it? But actually, those wings are the calyx, and that winged calyx allows the achene to float on the water and also attach to animals. Great guess, Liverpool. Next question, please. Where in a plant do you find the exene?
Outside, I guess.
I was thinking it was like a part of that's like a leaf or a fruit or.
I said where. I think it literally might just be on the outside.
Oh, do you think?
Eczema.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Keep it going. That makes sense.
Final answer: the outside.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to accept that one. That's not quite specific enough for me. It's exene is the outer wall of spores and pollen grains of land plants. And exene, once we develop scanning electron microscopy, the patterns in exene have been really useful in looking at relationships between things and also looking at why things make you allergic to them as well. Thanks very much, Liverpool. We have now a set of questions, round 3 for Manchester. Now, Manchester, can you please tell me sort of final answer, because I can't, because you're on 2 screens, it's hard for me to know who's giving me the final answer. I know it's hard for you too, being on 2 screens, but just to make sure I don't do it wrong. Yeah, great. Fantastic. Can I have the next question, Hannah? What does the term rammet mean?
I think it's like something to do with a clone. Like.
What about clones?
Yeah, or like maybe like one part of the clone. Like I don't. Yeah. Should we?
Like in development.
Yeah. Should we go with that final answer?
Yeah.
Like one part of the clone.
Final answer? One part of a clone?
Yeah, or like the
I'm actually going to give that to you. I think that's close enough to being correct that I'll give that to you as correct. A rammet is a physiologically distinct organism that's a part of a genetically identical individuals derived from one progenitor, which is what a clone is. So, for example, trees which have all come from a progenitor tree, but are not part of the same organism. So it's the physiologically distinct part. I'll give you clone for that. That's really great. I think that's a really hard question. Next question for Manchester, please. What is the botanical term for the fruit of members of the Poaceae or grass family?
Okay. Members.
Carry. Is it something to do like caryopsis maybe? I'm not caryop something.
Can I have your final answer, please?
Go on, Tess. You give the final answer.
Okay. Caryopsis.
That is absolutely correct. The botanical term for grass fruits is either a caryopsis or a grain.
Oh, grain.
And sometimes we also call them achenes in the US. So there's a lot of different words, but caryopsis is absolutely correct. That was a good guess. I was trying hard not to let you know that I knew that you had done it right. Can I have the next question, please? Dog's mercury, which we saw earlier, has male and female flowers on separate plants. What do we call this breeding system?
Hello, can you hear?
Dioecious.
Final answer.
Yeah.
Can you just say our final answer is? Because otherwise I don't know whether you're just talking amongst yourselves or not.
Yeah. Our final answer is dioecious.
Can you hear us okay?
Sort of, but it's really hard when you don't say our final answer is, because then I think you're just talking to each other.
Okay.
Okay, I think I heard you say our final answer is dioecious.
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, it's just hard to hear. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Dog's mercury, plants that have male and female flowers on separate plants are called dioecious. I always tell my students that human beings are also dioecious. Next question, please. What is the botanical term for the crunchy bits in the flesh of a pear or pyrus species?
Like the grainy bits now in the endocarp. Let's just go with endocarp. Yeah, final answer, endocarp.
I'm sorry, but that's not the right answer. They're either called, there's a number of different names.
Why could they are like grainy and sandy?
They're called stone cells, or sometimes they're called sclerids, or they're sometimes called brachysclerids. And they're often made of calcium oxalate or lignin or various different chemicals. And in the plants I study, solanums, which are the nightshades, the numbers of these stone cells in each berry can be really diagnostic for species. So they can be quite big, and they can also outnumber the seeds in some berries that are like tomatoes. So they're very cool, and nobody really knows what they're there for. So there's a mystery for somebody.
But there's stone cells in tomatoes as well? What do you think?
No, tomatoes don't have them.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Okay. All right. Next one, please. Oops. This is questions for Liverpool. Now we're on to Liverpool. Sorry, I keep missing my thing. Questions. We're now to round 4. This is the last round in this heat. And these are questions for Liverpool. So Liverpool, unmute. Fruit-wise, which is the odd one out? Tomato, banana, raspberry, or cranberry?
Raspberry, but it's an aggregate fruit, whereas the other berry.
Yeah.
Final answer, raspberry.
Absolutely correct. Raspberry is not a berry. It's an aggregate fruit composed of a number of tiny little drupes. Okay, well done. Next question for Liverpool. Give a short definition of DNA barcoding as used in plants.
It's using particular specific regions to differentiate plants, like so differentiate species.
Like how specific? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like how specific. Yeah,
yes. Just final answer: the use of certain sequences to identify species. Species through sequencing.
That, I think, is close enough to the right answer that I'll say that that's correct. DNA barcoding is identification of a taxon, not necessarily species. It can be any level of the taxonomy, by using the sequence of a standardized region of DNA located in one or more parts of the genome. So it can be in the chloroplast and the nucleus, or just the chloroplast. So that's close enough for government work. Okay, next question for Liverpool, please. What is the haploid number of chromosomes in Arabidopsis thaliana?
Yeah, so 3. Okay, yeah. Final answer, 3.
I'm sorry, but that's not right. You're pretty close. The final answer is 5. And I think this small number of chromosomes proves that Arabidopsis thaliana is not a real plant, but actually it is, and it grows in some pretty cool places. Okay, thank you. Can we go on to the next question, please, for Liverpool? What's the name for the plant-like body of a seaweed?
Oh, it might actually be a phallus.
I
think it might be a phallus, but I could be wrong.
If that's what you think, yeah.
Do you want anything else? Final answer, phallus.
That is absolutely correct. The plant-like body of a seaweed is called a thallus.
Ciao.
Okay, thank you very much, Liverpool. Well done. Questions for Manchester in round 4. Can I have the first question, Hannah? What is this plant family?
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Final answer, Crasophyceae.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
Final answer,
I still didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Crassulaceae.
I'm sorry, but that's not correct. This is a member of the this is a species of viola, Viola scottsburgiana, from the high Andes. And I've collected these in the high elevations of Andes, and they can make little towers about 10 centimeters tall and about 2 centimeters around. They're absolutely the best plants. They are the cutest things ever. Fantastic plants. Okay, next question, please. Mutants of that lovely plant Arabidopsis can be obtained from NASC. What does NASC stand for?
Like,
They are like the blueprint plant for all research. Tess, do you have any idea?
no, I'm not too sure.
Okay, I'll need your final answer now.
Oh,
National
something like stock center.
Stock center.
Okay, I need your final answer.
Final answer.
Final answer, Nottingham
Nottingham.
Arabidopsis Stock Centre.
That is correct. The answer NASC, the initials NASC stand for the Nottingham Arabidopsis Stock Centre, which is an incredibly useful service to the community because you don't have to scrabble around asking all kinds of people for seeds of something. There's a single central place where you can get them. It's fantastic. Next question, please. These flowers were previously thought to be slug pollinated, but now are known to be pollinated by fungus gnats. What is the genus of the flower, not the fungus gnat?
Looks a bit like.
I think Mitella is the fungus, but I don't know what a Mitella looks like. So
Wait, where's that? Is that the fungus?
I'll need the final answer.
We don't know.
Do you pass?
We'll go for Mitella. Final answer, Mitella.
Final answer, Mitella. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. These flowers are from Aspidistra, the cast iron plant. Now, fungus gnats are absolutely the unsung heroes of pollination. They're tiny little things in the forest understory that pollinate all kinds of things. And tiny flies actually provide you with the fruit that makes chocolate, which means that they're probably the most important pollinators, even more important than bees. Okay, final question for Manchester, please. What is the cause of the patterning on this flower?
Virus. It's the tulip breaking virus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Tulip breaking virus or something.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That is absolutely correct. This is a painting of a tulip that was painted in Holland in the 18th century, and this is a virus. This patterning is caused by a virus called tulip breaking virus in the family Potiviridae. So thank you very much, both teams, Manchester and Liverpool. What a fantastically hard set of questions. I think I would have found those really difficult to answer if I hadn't been knew the answers ahead, been told the answers ahead of time. So could I have the final score, please, John?
Final score for this round is Liverpool 60, Manchester 90.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations, Manchester, under my umbrella. And Liverpool, very well played. There were a lot of really hard questions in that round. That was a really hard one. So thanks very, very much. And we can now move on to heat number 3. So thanks to our 2 northern teams. It's a bit unfair that you got the beach plant.
Welcome to Heat 3 of the Botanical University Challenge. I'm Lena Struve and I'm the chair of this round. We have Open University and Durham meeting. Here is the Open University team. Anna Aiken, Lorraine Doyle, Bradley Neal, Holly Wu. I apologize if I don't pronounce these names your British way. And the other team is from the Fight Club from Durham University. Keen Hales Cotton, Finn Harrigan, Kathy Mader, Thomas Wilkening, and Rachel is the reserve. And you have a mascot flower, the dark red helleborine, Deirdre. So we are going into this team. I want to wish both teams the best of luck. And as you've seen in previous rounds, some of the questions might be easier and some of them might be really hard. So yes. So we start with Open University, round 1. What group of plants produce these structures?
Conifers.
Yeah.
Coniferous plants. Okay. Yeah. Is that what we're going to go for? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Our final answer is coniferous plants.
That's correct. Next question. What genus is this?
Oh, okay.
So is it Malva or Lavatera? Don't know which one.
I think it's Malva. I think we should go for Malva unless someone disagrees.
No, happy with that.
No. Okay. Our final answer is Malva.
That's correct. So this is in the Malvaceae family. Muskmallow is this particular species. Next question. What plant structure is indicated by the arrow?
Awn? Is it an awn or an ashy?
Awn.
What, sorry?
Do you think it's an awn?
An awn? Okay.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Okay. Our final
Maybe
answer is an awn.
That's incorrect. This is a pappus, and these are very common on Asteraceae fruits. So these are aiding in wind dispersal, and there are many of them from the same fruit coming out. Next question. What genus is this?
It's arum, isn't it?
They look
Arum.
like arum lilies.
Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. Our final answer is arum.
That's incorrect. You're in the right family. So this is Araceae, but this particular one is Lysichyton, which is called the American skunk cabbage. In the US, it's called the Western skunk cabbage because the Eastern United States has another genus. And this grows it's in the invasive, I think, exotic in the British Isles. Next question. So now we're switching to derm. Are we ready to go?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
What genus is this?
So scabious.
Yeah.
I think scabiosa. Yeah. So your final answer, yeah.
I'd say so.
Our
Yeah,
final
sounds good.
answer is scabiosa, the scabiuses.
You're in the right family, but I'm going to say this incorrect because the genus is Knautia, the field scabious. Unfortunately, you were close, but not correct, unfortunately. Next question. What is the geographical origin of bell peppers, Capsicum annuum?
Yeah, South America.
Yeah.
South
South
America.
America. What do you think, Tom?
Don't, yeah.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Go.
Final answer.
South America.
Final answer.
Final answer.
Okay, so let's have one of you say our final answer is.
Final answer, South America.
Okay, that's correct. Thank you. It's the Americas. We're a little bit uncertain about where in the Central and South America that this species originated, but South America will be accepted. Next question. What genus is this?
It's a sedge, so it's I think probably likely to be Carex because almost all of them are.
Yeah. Happy with that, Tom?
Yeah, Tom?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Our final answer is Carex.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. You are in the wrong family. This is Juncaceae. If you look at these flowers, they actually have 6 tepals in them. So they are open flowers. They don't have the Cyperaceae flowers of Carex. So this is Lutzula, the wood rushes. Next question. What is the technical term for a strawberry fruit?
Yeah. Something along the lines of.
Go on, Tom. Go on, Tom.
Something along the lines of compound fruit. I've forgotten the exact terms.
Oh,
a fleshy bit is the receptacle.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about the actual like fruit parts, I think it's Akene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Final
Okay.
answer, Akene.
Final answer, Akene, correct? Yes, so they have achenes, and these achenes are these tiny little nuts that are sitting on the surface of the fleshy structure, and the structure as a whole can sometimes also be called an aggregate fruit, but the actual individual little fruit is the achenes. That was great. Great job. Next question. Now we're back to Open University, round 2. What are the structures indicated by the arrows?
I think it's a liverwort, but
Stumped on that one.
are they maybe say spores, Bradley?
Okay. Yeah. Our final answer is spores.
No, that's incorrect. So these are actually part of the vegetative reproduction of liverworts. So these are little gemmae or like splash cups that are spreading these vegetative pieces of the plant. So they're not spores, unfortunately. So next question. What type of inflorescence is this?
An umbel.
It's a raceme. Is it?
Yeah, I think,
raceme.
yeah. Okay, our final answer is raceme.
Unfortunately, that's also incorrect. It's a scorpioid or monocacial cyme. So if you look at this, you see they are dividing, going on and on and on forever. These are very common in the family Boraginaceae. This is forget-me-not on this picture. Next question. What type of inflorescence is this?
With the three teeth. I can't. I've lost it.
What's the name of this inflorescence type?
Ding ding.
Maybe perfect flower?
I need your final
A perfect
answer.
flower. Final answer is a perfect flower.
That's incorrect. So this is a head, and the Asteraceae, they all have their tiny little flowers assembled in heads with ray flowers and disc flowers like this, sometimes only ray flowers and sometimes only disc flowers. Okay, next question. The intensity of yellow color of yolk in hen's eggs depends on the bird's diet. What plant compound influences this color?
It'd be carotenoids.
Carotenoids.
I think so, yeah. I
Okay.
just know that they're quite often yellow. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we can go for that. So our final answer is carotenoids.
Correct. Great job.
Well done.
That's the correct carotenoids that gives that color transferred from the plant into the egg yolk. Next question. Actually, we're going to Durham now for round 2. What kind of plant is this?
It's definitely a phallus liverwort. It looks like.
Yeah. Do you want to say final answer?
I don't know how specific they want to be.
Yeah.
Let's
go with
do
that. That sounds good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the captain.
Final answer: phallus liverwort.
That's correct. Thank you.
Nice.
Next question. What type of inflorescence is this?
Shall we? I think so. Yeah. Assuming it's the same as.
What do you think, Tom?
Any idea, Tom?
Sadly, this one's not one for me.
I mean, it looks compound to me. But I don't know.
Are they in? No, because it's.
Ding ding.
Yeah. Should we go?
I need the final answer.
Final answer: raceme.
No, it's not. It's incorrect. Next. So this is a spike because the flowers are sessile on the spike or on the inflorescence stalk in the center. This is Plantago lanceolata, the ribwort plantain, you call it in the British Islands. So next question. This is the lichen Lecanora glabrata. What is the name given to the structures indicated by arrows?
I don't know what the fruiting bodies are called. Any idea, Tom?
No, I was asking myself the same question.
I want to say it begins with A, but I can't offer any more from that. Should we just call them fruiting cups? Yeah, I mean, that one might be a generic.
Yeah, let's just say that.
Final answer, fruiting cups.
I'm not going to accept that, but that's the function of them, and it's an informal name for apothecia. So apothecia is the fruiting body of these fungal partners in the lichen symbiosis. So apothecia is what I would accept. But you were close. Next question.
Just hold my hand up there.
Sorry about the background noise. What is Gina Murrell's best-known botanical publication?
Yeah, Tom.
I'm afraid I do not.
I don't know. Certainly not in the books that I've come across. I mean, she's got a herbaria there, so maybe.
Yeah, I think we've just got to guess something.
Some kind of flora. I don't know if maybe she did the flora, maybe before Stace.
Okay, go for
it. Give it a guess. Flora of the British Isles. The edition. Final answer, that is.
Final answer is, say it again.
Flora of the British Isles.
I need some input from my chairs here. Is that acceptable or not? Because it's not the actual title. Okay.
I'd accept it.
I remember. Nice.
Okay, so Flora of Great Britain and Ireland, and we'll accept your answer for that. Great job. Next question. Open University. Time for round 3. Before we start with the questions, we need an update on the scores.
Those are OU 30, Durham 40.
Okay, slight lead for Durham. We're going to round 3. Next question. What is the National Plant Collection?
So it's the collection of a particular genus that they have as many of them as they can. So it's the green hat, yeah.
So botanical collection of plants.
I'm waiting for a final answer.
Our final answer is a botanical collection of a specific genus of plants.
I will accept that. But I don't see, I'm sorry, but I don't see all of your team members on my screen. So, Seb, can you just check that everyone? Okay.
They are on, yeah. They are on.
Okay, that's fine. I'll see. It's correct. It's accepted. I see your captain. Thank you. So, okay, next question. Who manages the Staffordshire Garden, which is famous for its stumpery?
Sorry, I don't know.
It could be National Trust.
Maybe
I was thinking National Trust, but
okay,
I didn't know it.
Me neither, but it makes sense. Okay, our final answer is the National Trust.
That's correct. Next question. What is the park grass experiment?
Okay. Make some guesses.
I've seen this before, but I can't remember exactly what it is. But I think it's like a long-running experiment where they're like growing the kind of grasses you have for golf courses and things under different.
Okay. So our final answer is a long-term experiment growing different species of grass for different recreational uses.
That's correct. It's actually over 100 years old, over 150 years old. Next question. The seeds of what 2 plant species are traditionally included in hummus?
Chickpeas and
tahini.
Chickpeas
and tahini. Yeah.
Sesame. Yeah.
Sesame, tahini, sesame, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, our final answer is chickpeas and tahini sesame.
That's correct. Tahini is not the plant, that's what we make from sesame seeds. But you did say sesame seeds. So
okay, good.
you will get it correct.
Thanks.
Next question. Okay, we're switching to round 3 for Durham.
I think they are
nitrogen fixation. Yeah, pretty unsure.
House bacteria. Yeah.
What are they called?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to read the question for you. The arrows point to structures on a plant root. What is their function?
They house nitrogen fixing bacteria.
Nitrogen fixing bacteria. Yeah.
I'm going to give the answer. Final answer. They house nitrogen fixing bacteria.
That's correct. And there's actually recent research that shows that these nitrogen fixating bacteria of other kinds of genera of bacterial genera are also in other parts of plants, much more than we thought. So it's not just these particular plants that have this. Next question. Which common flowering plant family includes many species that have nitrogen fixing root nodules?
Yeah.
Yep.
Final answer for Bassier.
Correct. Next question. How would you distinguish a taproot from fibrous roots?
Is it directly connected to the stem and it runs straight down?
Yeah, I
Shall we
think
say
so.
that?
Sounds like it, yeah.
So it's a much thicker. Final answer. It's a much thicker root that runs directly from the stem downwards, and it's normally the largest root.
And fibrous roots?
Oh, fibrous roots. Normally, they're very thin. I think they have root hairs as well, and they travel out towards the soil to collect water.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to accept that.
Nice.
So there's no main root when you have fibrous roots. No main taproot going down. Next question. What are hemicryptophytes?
I mean, literally it means half-hidden plants. So shall we work out something from there?
Yeah. Half hidden.
Do we know what cryptophytes are?
I remember
rock plants are cryptophytes, if I recollect.
Things, but what did you say, Tom?
Rock plants are cryptophytes, if I recollect.
Okay.
I need a final answer.
Should we go with that then,
Yeah,
Tom?
go on.
Yeah.
Nominate Tom Wilkening.
Final answer: plants that have like camouflage and pretend not to be plants and so on.
That's incorrect. I can't accept that. So plants with perinating buds at or near the soil surface. So they're half hidden. So unfortunately, you were close, but not close enough.
Yeah.
Next question. Now we're going to round 4 for Open University. In traditional medicine, nettle was believed to be a galactagogue. What does that mean?
Okay, what was the nettle used traditionally for?
Is it something to do with the gallbladder or purification? Do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Okay, final answer: medical treatment of the gallbladder.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. It's to promote lactation, so breast milk production. Next question. This microscope was used to first describe plant cells and to coin the name cell. To whom did it belong?
Oh, who coined the name cell? Maybe say Hooker?
Yeah.
Who?
Should we go for final Hooker?
Okay, your final answer is Hooker.
How do you spell the name of the person? Just to be clear, who you're saying.
Hooker.
That's incorrect, but you're nearly close. So let me hear from my chairs here.
I see. Yeah.
You had an R at the end of your answer. Chairs, my co-chairs.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, this is incorrect because there's another famous botanist named Hooker. So this is not the same person. So it's very important with the complete names here. Sorry about that. Next question. For what area of botany is the American botanist Elizabeth Britton best known?
I don't know a lot about American botanists.
I don't know.
Just
maybe ferns. Don't know. I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Our final answer is ferns. Specialist in ferns.
That's unfortunate. There's a clue that she's sitting and looking at a microscope through a microscope. So she was a bryologist, a very important bryologist in North American botany. Next question. What is the name for this type of organism that grows on plant leaves?
Is it rust? Could it be a
Looks
rust?
like a rust, like tobacco rust.
Yeah. So it's a rust fungus?
Yeah, rust fungus.
Yeah. Our final answer is rust fungus.
Correct. That's correct. So they are in the Pucciniales. You can identify them often by this orange or yellow color of their sporangia or spore-bearing parts. Next question. So now we're switching over back to Durham for the last and final round. What is indicated by the arrow?
I think.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think it is.
Finn,
Is
go
it
ahead.
final answer? Ergot fungus.
That's correct.
Nice.
Very good. Next question. What was Winifred Pennington's area of research?
Any idea, Tom?
Tom, you're our man.
So believe it, it's like everyone I don't know. We're going to pass or
No,
Like
no,
that.
pass. What, any idea?
Okay, seaside plants then.
Go on. Should we go for
Seaside.
that?
Are you doing a final answer?
Final answer,
Yeah.
coastal and seaside plants.
Coastal. I don't. That's very specific. Yeah, I'll need to hear from the chairs. No, okay. So unfortunately, no. She's actually famous for limnology and vegetation science. So seaside plants would be too specific of just one little part of plants.
No, can we just ask what is limnology?
What is limnology? Limnology is the study of fresh water, so lakes and rivers. So everything that has to do with that ecological system. Next question. What do Hupersia, Lycopodium, and Diffasiastrum have in common?
Lycopodium is one of the carboniferous
Yeah.
coal bed plants, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you'd hope it'd be something about that.
Are they still here? They might be all extinct.
I don't know. That makes sense.
What do you think? Should we try it?
It's either that or they're like giant club mosses or something like that. But hopefully.
Yeah.
We need the final answer.
Final answer, they're all extinct plants from coal beds.
Your final answer is that they're all extinct, correct?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. These are all happy and alive right now. These are all club mosses, and they have special club moss morphologies like lycophils, which is the small leaves that club mosses have, and strobili with this homosporous strobili which spread spores around. So yes, these are current genera and current species. Next question. What are the structures indicated by the arrows?
Final answer, Orn, AW.
Correct. That was quick. Correct. That's it. And I think that was the last question in this round. So let's hear what's the score is for the two teams.
Went down to the final question. OU 80, Durham 90.
Oh, that's close. So the winner is Durham for this round.
Congratulations, everybody. That was really, really good.
There were lots of hard questions, and you did great. Both teams did great.
Welcome to the fourth and final quarterfinal of this year's Botanical University Challenge, where we have the University of Cambridge competing against Manchester Metropolitan University. Let's introduce the teams. The Cambridge team are Henslow's Herbonauts. They are Ben Fisk, Gabrielle Ferreras, George Garnett, and Yi Zhao. They're from the Department of Plant Sciences. Welcome. The Manchester Met team are known as the Manchester Met Stone Roses. They are all studying MSc Biological Recording and Ecological Monitoring, and they are Fern, John, Richard, and Zita. And you can see their mascot in the bottom right-hand corner there, Echeverriera. And we'll proceed to the first round. These are questions for the University of Cambridge. Cambridge, are you ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. To what plant family does this species belong?
I think this is Verbenaceae.
Yeah. Any other?
I think it's Verbenaceae. Right?
I think it's the old. I know it's like more
Yeah, you go
family.
Can we say final answer Verbenaceae?
Thank you. I'm afraid that's incorrect. It's the Scrophulariaceae or figwort family. This is the moth mullein or Verbascum blattaria. One possible etymology for figwort is that it was once used to treat fig, which may be old vernacular for hemorrhoids. Next question. What is this species?
Buckshorn plantain.
Yeah.
It's buckshorn plantain.
Yes.
Final.
Yes, that's the correct answer. That's Plantago coronopus, the buckthorn plantain. Could we have the next question, please? What species is this?
It's a Splenium trichomanes. I think
I couldn't do any better.
final answer: Splenium trichomanes.
Yes, this isn't a splenium, and it's Splenium trichomanes. Well done, the maidenhair spleenwork, one of the commonest ferns in towns and cities, urban environments, often on walls like this. Next question, please. What is this structure called?
Fiddlehead.
Oh, yeah, or a crozier.
Crozier or fiddlehead.
Yeah, final answer there: crozier or fiddlehead.
Excellent, well done. That is indeed a crozier or fiddlehead, the result of circinate fernation in ferns. Now we have a set of questions for Manchester Met. Are you ready, Manchester?
Yeah. Can you just check that we have Richard, please? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
The first question, please. To what plant family does this species belong?
It's a Polygonum, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Polygonum, final answer?
Yes, I'll accept that. This is Polygonaceae, the family, the dock family. This is actually the Himalayan knotweed, and it's an invasive plant that occupies similar habitats to the better known Japanese knotweed. Next question, please. What species is this?
It's ivy leaf toadflax.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Final answer, ivy leaf toadflax.
That's absolutely correct. Well done. Very quick. So this is Cymbellaria muralis, or ivy-leaved toadflax, again on the wall there. What are we looking at here, Manchester?
They're indusia on the underside of a fern leaf, aren't they?
I was going to say they're sori.
Yeah, sori. Yeah.
Covered by indusia.
Yeah. Final answer, sori covered by indusia on the back of a fern leaf.
Well done, that's absolutely correct. These are the sori responsible, as you say, covered by indusia, responsible for production of spores, reproduction and dispersal of these organisms. Next question, please. Europe's biggest fern is the woolly tree fern, Colchicta macrocarpa. Where is it found native?
Aren't these Australian or New Zealand or something like that?
Europe's.
They were.
It says
yes.
Native, doesn't it?
But are they native to Europe is the question.
Mm.
I mean, I know there's a big. I think most of the, I don't know in European.
Your final answer, please.
Australia.
Your final answer is Australia?
Yes.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. You were closer with Europe. Bad luck. So this is native to the Iberian Peninsula and Macaronesia, so Cape Verde, Canary Islands, Madeira, the Azores. Next question, please. We now have a set of questions for Cambridge, but before we do, can I have an update on the scores from John, please?
It's 30-30.
Wow, it's extremely tight. Well done, teams. And Cambridge, here are some more questions for you. Which commercial crop in the Solanaceae has its origins outside the Americas?
Yeah, final answer, aubergine or eggplant.
Very fast and absolutely correct. Well done. And the answer is Solanum melongena, the aubergine. So other members of the Solanaceae, tomato, chili, potato, all crop species, they are native to the Americas. Next question. In plant ecology, what is understood by the term facilitation?
Facilitation is a kind of a relationship that one plant helps the other kind of things to grow, but actually it does not get something in return as mutualism.
Is that your final answer?
I think that's my final answer.
Yeah.
That's a really good definition. Well done. It is also correct. So it's where the presence of one plant species or species group enhances, as you say, the fitness of another without necessarily anything in return. So a good example of this is in desert environments, shrubs being nurse organisms for other species of plant that establish in the moist conditions underneath. Next question. What is the plant hormone responsible for the ripening of bananas?
Ethylene. Ethylene, final answer.
Again, that is absolutely correct. Ethylene, also ethene, a plant hormone that has many other functions as well, roles in plant growth, development, and in stress tolerance. And on to the next question. Cambridge, what crop plant is associated with Captain Bligh's attempt to introduce it to the Caribbean in 1793?
Late for sugarcane. Yeah, it's too late for sugarcane, I think.
Yes, I think that should be go for it.
Because I think it's too late for chocolate as well.
I think
That
it's
was,
too late
for
that was slow.
Sugarcane,
Pineapple? Yeah.
Yes, I think that's probably.
I don't know.
Let's try.
It's too late for sugarcane.
Anything else?
Final answer, please.
Vote. I think voted. We'll go for sugarcane, final answer.
I'm afraid that's not the right answer. That's incorrect. The correct answer is the breadfruit, Artocarpus. So this is actually associated with the mutiny on the Bounty and Bligh's attempt to introduce this plant to the Caribbean, which was eventually successful. The mutiny scuppered his first chance at doing this, but he was sent back on another expedition and eventually succeeded. So the next question. These are now questions for Manchester Met, round 2. Prepare yourselves, please, Manchester, and off we go.
On you muted.
Yeah, I'm back
Where
now.
in the world is sugarcane thought to have first been domesticated, Manchester?
I have a feeling it was India. Anybody any better ideas?
No.
No.
India, final answer.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. So the correct answer is New Guinea for Saccharum officinarum, but for Saccharum sinense, there are domestication centres in Taiwan and South China also. Sugar first refined, of course, in India in the 4th century BC or thereabouts. Next question. Where are apples thought to have originated?
Northern slope of the Tian Shan Mountains, unless anybody's got a better idea.
No.
Sounds lovely, John.
China.
Northern slope of the Tian Shan Mountains, final answer.
Thank you. Could you please clarify in more generic terms where that is? Because I don't know.
I think it's Tajikistan. It's sort of north side of the Himalayas before you get to Tibet.
Thank you. In that case, I'll accept your answer as correct. So the answer I have on the card is the stans, including Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and I'll include your answer under etc. Well done. Next question. Why is the concept of local ecotypes relevant to restoration ecology practice?
Because you want to use the locally grown species, or you need to get local seeds or plants rather than ones that are grown a long way away, because there may be slight differences between what grows locally and what comes from a major seed merchant.
Is that your final answer?
Good for me.
Yeah, final answer.
Yeah, local adaptations.
Yeah, local adaptation, yeah.
Okay, I'll accept that as correct. Well done. It's because, as you say, those populations are potentially locally adapted. So the local ecotypes are assumed to be more likely to establish successfully in those restored or reintroduced populations. And on to the next question. Which modern crop was first produced in France around 1750, following the hybridization of its North American and Chilean wild ancestors?
I think it's the strawberry. Any advance on strawberry?
I was only thinking rice because they do grow rice in France. But
I know that the modern strawberry is a hybrid.
What did you say, Richard?
It's not rice.
Okay.
Final answer, please.
Strawberry, final answer.
Brilliant. Yep. That's absolutely right. An unlikely cross if it were to happen naturally, but with delicious consequences. Next question. These are questions for Cambridge in round 3, but first we'll have an update from John on the scores.
Yeah.
It's still close. We're on 60-60.
Thank you, John. On with the quiz.
Oh God, this is.
Cambridge, what genus of perennial vines contain the species Cubeba, Longum, and Nigrum that are all important species?
Piper. Piper Nigrum's pepper. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah. Okay, final answer, Piper.
Absolutely correct, Cambridge. Piper or peppers. Well done. Next question. Agnes Arber was famous for her work on what aspect of botany?
Based on her name, I hope it's trees, but anyone know? She's old, maybe maze, but aspect. Branching. Branching. Like forms? Yeah. Yeah, no idea. Yeah. We're not going to get that. Growth forms.
Growth form. I will accept that. So anatomy and morphology, yes. Well known for her work on aquatic plants and the monocots too. Next question. Archaeopteris, not to be confused with Archaeopteryx, is an early example of which group of organisms?
Is it a pteridophyte? It's got wings. Yeah, I mean, pteris is like fern, like winged. Is it
ancient wings?
Is it a pteridophyte or something similar? Should we say like fern or pteridophyte? Is that definitely the word though? Yeah. But okay, we'll go final answer: pteridophyte or fern.
I'm afraid, Cambridge, that's incorrect. It's not quite specific enough. That these are progymnosperms. In fact, they're woody tree-like plants. They were pioneers of the woody body plan in plants, an antecedent of modern trees, producing the first woody forests. Next question. The Welsh plant breeding station was famous for producing the varieties S24 and S26 of what species?
Maybe party.
Yeah.
Sounds Welsh.
It looks like a grassy thing in the background. Or wheat.
If it's no.
Should we go barley then?
Barley? Yeah, I don't know. It feels like an English.
Unless you're sure.
Yeah,
we can go for that. Final answer, barley.
No, I'm afraid that's incorrect. It's one of the pasture grasses, Lolium perenni or perennial ryegrass. And on to the next question. These are questions for Manchester Met in round 3. Are you ready, Manchester?
Yep.
Yep.
On we go. What plant family is this anatomical preparation from?
Sedge? Oh no, Lamiaceae.
Square.
Lamiaceae.
Yeah, Lamiaceae. Yeah, it could be, couldn't it?
Lamiaceae, final answer.
That's absolutely correct. Well done. This is a section through the stem of Lamiaceae. Scrophulariaceae also have square stems, and I think some of the Babiniaceae do as well. On to the next question. An acorescent plant has a very short what?
Stalk?
Corline is when it wraps around, the leaf wraps around the stem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so short stalk.
Yeah, so short stem.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. A very short stem. Final answer.
That's absolutely right. They have a very short stem. So Cirsium acaulon, the stemless thistle, is a great example of this, but not great if you're having a picnic. Next question, please. What are the structures indicated by the arrows there?
They're fruiting bodies, but what they presumably have a clever botanical name.
Reproductive bodies.
Okay.
In an algae from fruits.
Yeah. Should we just say
your final answer?
Yeah, fruiting bodies. Yeah.
Fruiting bodies. Final answer. Mm-hmm.
I will accept that. They are spore-producing bodies called vesicles, spore-bearing structures of the seaweed Fucus vesiculosus. So these plants or these algae have external fertilization, so the gametes unite in the sea. Next question. Marjorie Blamey is known for what botanical contribution?
She drew a lot of the pictures, didn't she? She's the artist for a lot of the field guides.
Botanical illustration.
Okay.
Yeah, botanical illustration, particularly of field guides. Final answer.
That's absolutely correct. She painted many thousands of plant species.
Brilliant.
Wonderful, vivid illustrations. Next question. We're going into the final round, but I think I need an update on the scores, please, John.
The score is currently Cambridge are on 80, MMU 100.
Okay, thank you, John. Cambridge, on we go. Curator at Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, Vicky Funk was best known for her work on which group of plants?
I think it was tropical plants.
No idea. I haven't got any clue, so maybe go for that.
Go for that, yeah.
I don't know if it was any particular tropical plants. Should we just say it?
Yeah.
Final answer, tropical plants.
No, I'm afraid it's a particular taxonomic group. The answer is Asteraceae, also plant collecting in many parts of the world, and synthetic work on phylogenetics and biogeography. Next question, please. This common lichen is fairly resistant to air pollution, but what is the species?
It's I think it's a Xanthorrhea, but I don't know the species.
Right, should we just say Xanthorrhea for now? Have a crack.
Yeah, we'll say Xanthorrhea, but we don't know the species.
It's a tough one, Cambridge. I will accept that. It's correct. Xanthorrhea parietina. Its algal partner is sometimes very tolerant of pollution, including heavy metal pollution. So it can be used as an indicator species of the biological environment. Next question. What vegetation has this kind of distribution?
These are kind of wet regions, aren't they?
Not that. It's Wales, it's not that.
It extends into the fens.
Yeah. Could be like reeds or rushes, like coast. It goes quite far inland.
Is it lowland heath?
Go.
Final answer, please, Cambridge.
Final answer, lowland heath.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. So what you can see there is the distribution tracking chalk in the Chilterns and other down areas, and limestone further north and to the west as well. So calcareous grassland, the distribution of a plant like Helictotrichum would map onto that very nicely. Next question. How would you describe the aroma of Geranium robertianum, Herb Robert?
The aroma.
How do you know how it smells?
It's a bit subjective.
It's not very nice, but I don't know.
I think it's just, it's like well, you get a lot of you get those pelargoniums that smell of like lemon and stuff.
You could go lemon, yeah.
I don't know. That's an idea.
Final answer, please.
Lemon.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. You basically said it's an unpleasant smell, fetid and strong. Next question, please. These are questions for Manchester Met, the final set of questions in this heat. Can I have a score, please, before we go on?
Cambridge are on 90, MMU are on 100.
Okay, and on we go, please. Manchester. Which English botanist published Historia Plantarum in 1686, an important step towards modern taxonomy?
Oh. How about Ray as a suggestion?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Ray, final answer.
That is absolutely correct. Well done. It was John Ray, and he worked towards a more trait-based or continuous approach to taxonomy, and his biological species concept was quite close to that we understand today. Next question. The leaves of grasses can be referred to as distichous. In comparison, how are the leaves of sedges referred to?
Sedges have three sides, so I guess they're tristichous.
Yeah.
Any advancing?
No, that's good.
Yeah, tristichous, final answer.
That's the correct answer. Tristichous, or three-ranked leaves. Next question, please. What is causing the dark spots on this leaf?
It's a fungus.
Fungus.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
sycamore black spot fungus, I think.
Or oil spot or something, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. It's a fungus, I think.
A fungus. Final answer: a fungus, probably sycamore black spot fungus.
Thank you, Manchester. I will accept as correct black spot fungus. This is rhytisma, a fungal disease that commonly causes black spot or tar spot. Well done. Can I have the final scores? I think this is the final question. I apologise. I'm ahead of myself. We continue. This is the distribution, Manchester, for Carex bigelowii, the stiff sedge. In which main vegetation types would you find it?
It looks pretty wet and mountainous, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's upland. Yeah.
Mountainous.
Dry uplands.
Yeah, uplands.
Carry on. Is this your final answer?
Upland grasslands. Final answer. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can find them in dry montane grasslands and sedge heaths, not only at altitude, but it can reach up to 1,305 meters, so amongst the highest mountains in the UK. I'll accept that as correct. So was the end of Heat 4, the final quarterfinal. John, can we please have a announcement of the final scores?
Final score of this round: Cambridge 90, MMU 140.
So Manchester MMU, you are the resplendent rock roses of this round. Cambridge, our commiserations. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show and can join us next year also. Well done to both teams. An excellent show of botany.
Well done, everybody. That was a really hard set of questions. There were a lot of really hard ones in there, and everybody really answered them incredibly well. It was fantastic. I learned a lot, that's for sure.
Yeah, we were seeing comments on the YouTube that people are learning a lot, which is part of the fun. But yeah, that was fantastic. I'd like to extend my my thanks and to all of the teams. And there were some tough questions in there. Some teams might have wanted some questions from the other team, so commiserations. But you all played superbly, and we have our semi-finals defined now, and here they are on the screen. So excellent there. Tough questions throughout. Great scores. No need for tiebreakers so far. But our semi-finals coming after the break: Sutton Bonington versus Manchester and Durham versus MMU.
Well done, everybody. I mean, the enthusiasm of all of you botanists is actually very, very inspiring for me to see, who says botany's dead at universities.
Absolutely. The speed of the answers as well is very, very impressive, almost at the fingertips. Brilliant to see.
Absolutely. Absolutely fantastic.
And may I say, as someone who's agonized over the timing of this whole business, because you may well remember last year we went on for 6 hours, we're 4 minutes before the break. So you have done amazingly well. And we've had plenty of chance for the chairs to elaborate on some of the answers, which I always find, and I know the audience loves as well as the team. So thank you.
Well, congratulations to you, Dr. M, for kind of organizing it beautifully and timing it to perfection.
Yeah, I did that. I know.
Did that beautifully.
Hi, John. Thanks for keeping the scores.
Nail-biting stuff.
I don't know whether we've got an opportunity to hear from any of the teams, but maybe later. But thank you also for that lovely image of the semi-finals coming up soon. We've got a lot to look forward to. I think the nail-biting element's going to continue. Yes, so I think unless anyone else has anything to add, apart from our congratulations and our commiserations and what wonderful botanical stars we have here, we're going to move into a break. We've got a 30-minute break scheduled, which I think will be valuable for people to grab something. I've just been sitting glued to the same spot for the whole of the quarterfinals. I'm sure we could all do with various breaks, comfort and otherwise. So, yeah, any final comments before we move into that break? And I think, Seb, that we're going to reconvene at 4:30. Is that right? Fantastic. So we'll put that up on the YouTube, so any audience coming in will know that we're heading back for the semi-finals at 4:30.
Congratulations to all of you botanical teams. I'm super impressed.
Wonderful job, everybody.
See you later.
Welcome back after the break, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice cup of tea and is now ready to start our semifinals. Now, just to kind of update on, those of you who are just joining us now, our quarterfinals were very exciting. There were some really close rounds, but our semifinals are Sutton Bonington versus the University of Manchester and Durham versus Manchester Metropolitan University. So a double Manchester whammy in these semifinals, and I'll be taking on Heat 1, which is Sutton Bonington versus Manchester. Great. There's Sutton Bonington. I can see Manchester. I can see Tess. You need to be. Tess, can you be? Oh, you're unable to share the video. Okay, that's all right. That's all right, Tess. We liked you on the video, but that's okay. Okay, let's start with. Oh, yay! That's fantastic. Okay, semi-final, Heat 1 of 2. Could I have the first question, please? Oh, here's the team. Sorry, here are the teams. Questions for this. Sorry. The first team is Sutton Bonington, and these are the questions for Sutton Bonington, round 1. There'll be 5 rounds in these semifinals. Where is this large single-span glasshouse?
This is where I went on placement last year. It is the National Botanic Garden of Wales in Carmarthen.
Is that your final answer? Remember to say final answer, guys.
Sorry, I got overexcited.
Final answer, please.
National Botanic Garden of Wales.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely correct. The National Botanic Garden of Wales. It is a truly incredible single-span greenhouse. Anyone who hasn't been there yet. Next question, please. What was the name of the 1987 album by the rock band U2 named after this plant?
Final answer, the Joshua tree.
Absolutely correct, Sutton Bonington. The Joshua tree, Yucca brevifolia, and there were some devastating fires in August 2020 called the Dome Fires, in which nearly 70 square miles of Joshua tree woodland were burned. And the restorations there are going on now, and it's looking like that some of the new plants which are being put in are managing to germinate, which is actually really, really good because Joshua trees are a completely iconic plant. Next question, please. Identify this structure and give me the species.
That is the female flower of the hazel tree.
Final answer from Georgina.
Final answer?
Final answer, the female flower of the hazel tree.
That's absolutely correct. The female flower of Corylus avellana, the hazel. And these are those kinds of things that come out at this time of the year. And it always makes me really happy because it's so small and so inconspicuous and just so spring, isn't it? Next question, please. What genus is this?
I would say Tilia.
Would you?
I'd say that's lime.
I would have said horse chestnut.
No, they're not scaly enough and they're not sticky looking.
Okay. So we're saying final answer, Tilia.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. This is a winter twig of
sweet
Castanea, the
chestnut.
sweet chestnut. Winter twigs. I always found winter twigs really hard. Okay, moving to the first set of questions for Manchester. First question. Where is this botanical garden, Manchester?
Oh, looks like Cambridge.
You think Cambridge?
I don't know.
I've looked.
I've not been to the Cambridge.
It was Oxford. And it's
I feel like I see a river and a church.
I've been to Cambridge.
Or it could be Oxford.
Let's do Oxford Botanic Gardens. Final answer.
Okay, final answer?
Yes, final answer.
Okay, Oxford Botanic Garden is the correct answer. What you need to do is say, our final answer is, so that I know that it's actually your final answer, because I'm a bit slow. So it's not your fault. Next question, please. Of what plant did John Gerard in 1597 say, there hath been many ridiculous tales brought up of this plant, whether of old wives or some runagate surgeons or physic mongers, I know not.
I know that they really did not like the tomato plant back in the day. So if you guys want to go with that one.
That seems like something that would be medicinal though.
Yeah,
and he was
that's
saying that people are overreacting to how good it is.
Coffee. I feel like it's going to be New World. I just don't know which one. I would go tomato, but
Tobacco, maybe. Or maybe, I don't know, there's There's, I think, like medicinal.
Okay, can I have your final answer?
Something like a mandrake.
Final answer, please.
Okay. Like,
Yeah, go for it.
Final answer?
Final answer is mandrake.
That is absolutely correct. The final answer is the mandrake. And what John Gerard was referring to was the tales of the mandrake having to be dug up by dogs because its screams would kill human beings.
Oh, yeah.
He reckoned that was a mandrake cartel trying to keep the prices high. Yeah, please do, Manchester, because otherwise I just really don't know who's giving me the answer.
We'll make sure it's clear for you.
Next question, please. What genus is this?
That's on.
what has like? Maybe it's the one that they said before.
Maybe. What did they say?
It's like a Philly. I don't know. Philia?
Yeah. Any other?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I mean,
Pass?
was good.
Yeah, go for it. Tess, give the final answer.
Final answer, please.
Like a Philia.
Final answer, Tilia. I'm afraid that that's incorrect. This is Salix, a willow. This particular winter twig is Salix caprea, the goat willow, also known as sallow.
Winter twigs.
And don't ask me how you tell these apart. I'm really bad at these winter twigs. Next question, please. What is the process of stem fusion seen here called?
No idea.
I know there's something called like inosculation. There's a type, but that is.
That sounds
Maybe,
right.
yeah, I don't think any of us know.
But I don't know. That's just a type of fusion. I don't know.
We can go with that.
Or fasciation. I don't know. Roger?
This first one.
Can I have your final answer, please?
Yes.
Let's go with final answer, inosculation.
Inosculation.
Okay. Could I ask my learned colleagues at the other side of the room, is that another word for what the answer for this is? Okay, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I was just thinking there was some word for grafting that I didn't know, which is entirely possible. This is natural grafting, and this is almost certainly where the idea for grafting in horticulture came from, is people seeing it happening in the wild between stems. Okay, we're now on to round two. Round two, are we on round two or round three? No, we're on round two for Sutton Bonington. So our first question in round two for Sutton Bonington is, what is the definition of a caduciform plant?
Caduciform has a swollen base, which usually holds water. Should we go that?
Yeah. Final answer from Georgina.
Is a plant with a swollen base of the stem.
Okay, I think I'm going to accept that as a right answer. It's a succulent plant with a swollen and persistent stem, which bears photosynthetic organs such as additional leaves, flowers, and inflorescences that are often short-lived. But the important part is the swollen stem. Okay, next question, please. What plant species is generally used to make tequila?
Final answer, blue agave.
That is absolutely correct. And that was faster than lightning, Sutton Bonington. Blue agave, Agave tequilana, is usually the species used to make tequila, but actually in some parts of Mexico, other species of agave are used as well. And you can actually tell the difference when you taste the tequilas, because I tried that, and you could do it for a while, but after a while, you were unable to tell the difference about anything anymore. Next question, please. Mary Agnes Chase was an American botanist who specialized in the study of which group of plants?
Just a random big plant family, or Rosaceae. I'm looking at what she's got on her thing in front of her. It looks like a eudicot of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah. Could be more.
Just a plant family. We haven't had that, but I don't think it's a monocot on there.
What about Rhamnaceae? Or no?
I really don't think it is.
Would you want to go for apples and stuff like that?
Yeah. We'll go the Rosaceae family, final answer.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. Agnes Chase was an expert. She was one of America's first premier agrostologists, a study of grasses. She was also an incredible woman. She's had several plant genera named after her. She did extraordinary work in the field. And she also was an active suffragist, and she was jailed for her activities as part of the National Women's Party that unfurled banners saying votes for women in the Senate of the United States of America. She was also the first female botanist hired by the Smithsonian. Jonathan, you have your hand up. Does that mean something? No. Next question, please. What disease is caused by Hymenocystis fraxineus, previously known as Chilara fraxineus?
Final answer, ash dieback.
Thank you very much. That is absolutely correct. Ash dieback is the right answer. Okay, here we have the next set of questions is for Manchester for round 2. First question, please. Cucurbitaceae typically have 3 structures arising from the leaf axil. What are these 3 structures?
Spine. It'd be maybe spine.
That's what I was looking for. Flowers, a leaf.
And the leaf itself. Do you want to go with that?
Spine is just that it'd all be the same thing. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh no, actually maybe I don't know. Maybe that's the same structure.
Can I have your final answer, please?
We'll say spine, flower, and leaf. Final answer.
I'm sorry, that's not correct. The 3 structures that arise from the leaf axils in Cucurbitaceae are the tendril, the vegetative bud, and the flower or inflorescence. And here's the leaf doesn't arrive from the leaf axil, interestingly. But actually, here's a little factoid for aspiring tropical botanists, is the way you can tell Cucurbitaceae from Passifloraceae when they're sterile with no flowers is that in Passifloraceae, the tendril comes out at 90 degrees to the leaf, and in Cucurbitaceae, it comes out of the leaf axil. So there you go. There's a tropical botany factoid for you. Next question, please. Norman Borlaug is known as the father of the Green Revolution because of his work on what species?
Final species.
Yeah. Is it Emily? Sorghum?
No, it'd be spilled bread wheat. Final answer, bread wheat.
Absolutely correct. The right answer is wheat. He worked on dwarf high yield resistant varieties of wheat. And he was also probably the only botanist who has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. He was awarded that in 1970. Next question, please. What plant is fermented to make sake?
Final answer is rice.
Absolutely right. The final answer is rice is correct. The genus Oryza. It's actually sake is always made from polished rice, which means that the bran is taken off. And it's not always served hot. Actually, the best varieties of sake are served cold. They serve it hot to mask the kind of more unpleasant flavors in sake. So the best sake of all is served cold. Okay, next question, please. What causes the effect seen here in this photograph?
What, like elongated?
Discoloration.
Oh yeah, is that like potassium? Is that when it goes yellow?
Yeah, I think it's. Is it too much potassium? Would it be?
Or is it deficient?
Or is it deficient?
I don't know. Or is it?
Isn't the flower already?
Well,
yeah,
can I have your final answer, please, Manchester?
Okay. Yeah,
I think it's chlorosis.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Chlorosis?
I'm sorry, but that's not correct. This is the Puccinia monoica rust fungus. And what it does is it inhibits the flowering in its host because it transforms, fungi are amazing. It transforms the host morphology to basically facilitate its own reproduction. So it turns the flower into something that produces more fungi as opposed to producing more plants. It's like a kind of body snatcher in a sort of odd kind of way. Okay, thank you very much. We're done with you for that round, Manchester. We now have a set of round 3 questions for Sutton Bonington. However, John, could you tell me the scores here when we're kind of
Sutton Bonington 60, Manchester 40.
Thank you, John. Okay, Sutton Bonington, round 3. First question, please. In this cross section through a plant stem, which label indicates the xylem?
Isn't it? Yeah, or is it E? It's definitely A or B because they're the vascular bundles.
I think it's A because, yeah.
Final answer, A.
That is absolutely correct. A indicates those vascular bundles, just like you said. Thank you very much. Next question, please. In a sphagnum moss, what term do bryologists use for the structure indicated by the arrow in this picture?
Is that where it like where it moves?
I mean, that's kind of where all the new growth emerges from.
Yes. What term do they use?
Can I have your final answer, please?
Yeah, we'll just say final answer, thallus.
Final answer, thallus, is wrong, is incorrect. That structure is called the capitulum, sort of meaning the little head. Next question, please. What is indicated by the arrow?
But is that on part of the tree or is that a parasite?
No, that's definitely
it's just
scale.
A scale. Okay. Yeah. Final answer, scale.
Absolutely right. Correct. The answer is scale insects on a twig, and scale insects are hemiptera, like stink bugs and sort of things like that. And these are female. These are female or maybe hermaphrodite individuals, and these are soft-bodied with no legs, and they just live underneath these things their entire life. Sometimes the males fly around, but the nymphs are actually mobile. So the very early stages are mobile, and that's how they get from plant to plant. Okay, next question, please. What genus is this?
That is Azolla. Final answer.
Azolla, final answer is correct. This is Azolla, the water fern. This particular one is Azolla filiculoides, and these are often grown in rice paddies and used to help fertilize because they have nitrogen-fixing cyanobacteria that are symbiotic with them, but they're so symbiotic that that they've actually inserted genes for those cyanobacteria have been inserted into the nuclear genome of Azolla. Azolla is one of the very few ferns for which there's a reference genome now. So these are pretty cool plants and very, very useful. Okay, thank you very much, Sutton Bonington. Manchester, are you ready for your round 3 questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. First question, please. What genus is this?
No, it looks like a.
No.
You think it could be it wouldn't be a sundew, would it?
No.
No.
Test. I don't know.
I'm rubbish at these.
Yeah. Go for anything.
I think it's.
Can I have your answer, please?
Final answer, sundew.
Final answer, sundew, I'm sorry, is incorrect. This is a fern called Botricium, or the moonwort. These are such cool plants. I mean, I can remember when I was doing my first botany courses going on long searches for these in North America. They're just the coolest plants. Next question, please. This is a cross section through a young plant stem. In what type of plant is this arrangement seen?
Is this talking about like the difference between monocots and dicots or something? Maybe.
Oh,
with like the vascular. Are those the vascular ones? I think monocots have like random vascular bundles and dicots have
ordered
to maybe monocot.
Okay.
But I don't know. Yeah, we can take that.
Final answer, monocot.
Absolutely correct. This is a cross section through a young monocot stem. And you can tell that because the vascular bundles are scattered amongst the mesophyll cells, exactly how you were discussing it amongst your cells. Good answer. Next question, please. One of the commonest mosses in lowland Britain grows in woodland, grassland, and those other habitats which are called etc. What is this moss?
You guys are British.
All I know about that moss is that it's a pluricot, but that's not very specific.
No.
So I'm not sure like how specific they need the question.
Would it just be called like the common moss?
I don't know. I don't know like the species names. I just know that.
Is that like a family name?
Can I have your final answer, please?
I think just go for family.
Say that
Final
again.
answer?
Oh, just go for what you were saying.
Final answer, pluricarp.
Final answer, pluricarp, I'm sorry, is not correct. This is the common feather moth.
said
or Kinbergia longa. That's why you have to say final answer, guys. They used to be called Euryncium. And I think these are really beautiful. They're so delicate. Thank you. Almost, you almost got there. You just changed direction at the last minute.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just what quizzes are like, isn't it? Next question, please. What is the red structure here?
It's on a rose. Is that
like a fungus?
yeah.
Things that
Well, we can say that it's a fungus, right?
but the structure, what are they called? The like spindly bits. Hyphae.
The hyphae.
Hyphae. Maybe.
Final answer, fungal hyphae.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. This is a gall on wild roses. So you're right about it being on a rose, but it's a gall, which is made by the gall wasp, Diplolepis rosei, and its common name is robin's pincushion. It's actually rather beautiful, isn't it? It looks a bit like a fungus though, doesn't it? Next question. Oh, this is the next, sorry. We are now back to Sutton Bonington for round 4. You ready, Sutton Bonington?
Yeah.
Okay, first question, please. What is sessile about sessile oak?
There's no leaf stem.
No leaf stem.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, leaf stem.
What's the possible name for leaf stem in case
Petiole.
petiole? Yeah. The leaves are lacking a petiole. There's no leaf stem. Final answer.
Very, very short.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. The sessile bit about a sessile oak is that the acorn or the flower has no peduncle. Almost starts with PE. Petiole is a leaf and peduncle is the flower or the inflorescence. So that's what's sessile about sessile oaks. Took me ages. I couldn't figure that out when I first moved to Britain either. I think that's a hard one. Next question, please. What types of British vegetation are described using the National Vegetation Classification Code S?
No, M is marsh. Gosh.
We said that earlier.
We did. Short grass.
Short grass.
Yeah.
No. I looked over this better.
It's not woodland. It's not marshes. It's not. Yes, sand dunes.
Sand dunes.
Yeah. Should we go with that?
Yeah.
Final answer: sand dunes.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. You had the right answer in what it was not. S stands for swamps and tall herb fens. I always think S stands for that sinking feeling.
Should have gone back up.
You get when you walk on that kind of vegetation. Next question, please. Old Gold, Autumn Treasure, Glencoe, and Glen Ample are all varieties of what crop?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, they are, because
Yeah.
autumn treasure are autumn cultivars.
Final answer: raspberries.
Excellent. That is absolutely correct. Raspberries is the right answer for that. Okay, next question, please. Which schedule of the Wildlife and Countryside Act of 1981 lists plants which are protected?
The protected species, isn't it? Is it just this protected species guide? So, are they after a number? Or is it like the ancient Roman?
Well, it's to do with not picking flowers. So bluebells are illegal to pick.
Yeah, but what group are they in then?
Can I have your final answer, please?
Just protected. Yeah, we'll just say plants protected from picking.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. It's Schedule 8. And you're absolutely right that it's those plants which are protected from picking or from digging up. And often people don't know that bluebells, our native bluebells, are on Schedule 8 and are a protected plant in the British Isles. Okay, thank you, Sutton Bonington. We now come on to round 4, questions for Manchester. First question, Manchester, Scarlet Emperor, Painted Lady, Red Rum, and Pole Star are all varieties of what crop?
No, it's an apple. Yeah. Final answer, apple.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. These are all varieties of runner bean, which has bright red, bright reddish orange flowers.
It was
the
between
clues in the
apple and
scarlet part and the red part.
Yeah.
Great. That's a hard one because I didn't know there were more than one variety of runner beans, to be honest, before I got these questions to look at.
Yeah.
Next question, please. What is the term for the petal structure indicated by the arrows?
What does it mean?
Is lobes too simple?
I don't know.
Oh, petal structure, not leaf structure.
Which I don't really get what
does
the
it mean?
structure is.
The vestals or
I would say lobe's not the worst.
Yeah.
Final answer, please.
Final answer is lobe.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. This is a pea flower, and that structure is called the standard or the banner.
Banner.
Is that back structure in the pea flower? Okay, next question, please. What type of vegetation is the National Vegetation Classification Community U1?
would be like
Grass, isn't it? To be fair, grass is a
type
good.
of vegetation.
It's a
There's a lot
good.
of grass,
It's
yeah.
a good. It's a good guess. You won.
Okay.
Yeah, grasslands.
Yeah, I think grass is a common theme. Final answer: grasses.
You're close, but I'm actually not going to accept that because there are lots of different kinds of grassland.
acid grassland.
And this is U1 is actually acid grassland, which is dominated by Festuca ovina, Agrostis capillaris, and Rumex acetosella, which is actually not a grass, but it's acid grassland as opposed to just grassland in general. You were awfully close there. There's a tiny, tiny patch of acid grassland quite near my house. I live in North London, quite near my house. And it's really nice to see that there's something that's a specific habitat preserved in a really urban area. It's one of the great things about British cities for me. Okay, next question, please. What is greenwashing?
When companies pretend to be eco-friendly, so they get sell stuff.
Do you want to say the final answer?
Yeah.
Final answer, it's when companies pretend to have eco-friendly products so that it will be more marketable.
That is absolutely correct. Greenwashing is giving a false impression of goods or services that are more environmentally friendly than they actually are.
I think our unit does that.
Okay, thank you very much, Manchester. We're back to the next round for Sutton Bonington. And could I have the scores, please, John?
Those are currently Sutton Bonington 100, Manchester 60.
Thank you, John. Okay, Sutton Bonington. Question 1. What UK species is this?
The horsetail, I'd say.
Yeah.
That's Equisetum.
Yeah.
Yeah, Equisetum common horsetail.
It's a horsetail. Do you need more specific than that?
Look at what UK species is this?
Okay. Equisetum. No, what is it? Equisetum vulgare?
It's
Common horsetail. It's Equisetum vulgare.
Final answer?
Final answer, common horsetail, Equisetum vulgare.
I'm sorry, but that's not correct. This is the wood horsetail, Equisetum sylvaticum, and the branched branches, the kind of fluffy bits, are diagnostic for this particular species. That's a hard one. Next question, please. What gives the moss Rhacomitrium lanuginosum the common name of woolly fringe moss?
I imagine it's the fact that it's got woolly ears that fall
Yes,
down like a fringe. Would that be like a trichome?
Trichome hair structure. Yeah, that seems like a good answer. Final answer, the trichome hair structure, making it look woolly.
Ooh. Alistair? I'm conferring about this one. What? I think I'm going to accept that because it's quite close, not really specific, but I'm going to give you that. It's the conspicuous long white hair points, so the trichomes. So you're right about trichomes on the tips of the leaves. So I'll give you that. That's a correct answer.
Thanks.
Okay, next question. What is the term for the structure indicated in this seaweed with the arrows pointing at?
I'd say an anchor.
Yeah. Yeah. Final answer, anchor.
Ooh. I think that I'm not going to accept that one because the structure is called the holdfast. Its function is to anchor the plant. So we needed the term for the structure. And these are interesting because they look a bit like roots in a way, but they have absolutely no absorbent function whatsoever. They're just a really strong bond with the substrate. which is pretty important if you're living in the intertidal like this. Next question. What are the two major groups of plant pigments illustrated here?
Final answer, carotenoids and anthocyanins.
Absolutely right. That is correct. Carotenoids are orange and the anthocyanins are the purple around the outside of these bicolored, lovely bicolored carrots. Okay, thank you very much, Sutton Bonington. And now we're on to the questions for round 5 for Manchester. What type of pathogen is the cause of this disease?
Yeah, because it spreads to any plant.
That looks like a room.
Yeah.
Do you think, Tess?
Yes.
Yeah. Final answer, tobacco mosaic virus.
I'm going to give you that because it is a virus. It's not tobacco mosaic virus, but it is a virus disease. This is rose mosaic virus, which is caused by an organism whose scientific name is Prunus necrotic ring spot virus. The way you name viruses is funky in the extreme. But yeah, I'll give you that one because you knew it was a virus. Okay, next question, please. Of what chemical are the frustules of diatoms made?
Is it silica?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Final answer is silica.
Absolutely right. That is correct. The frustules of diatoms are made from silica or silicon dioxide. So essentially all of those little unicellular organisms are coated in little tiny double cups of glass. And if you've been in a swimming pool like I have today, the water is usually purified through the dead bodies of diatoms. Diatomaceous earth is what's used to purify water for swimming pools. Great, next question. What do we call the process when water droplets are exuded from leaf edges or tips?
I mean, transpiration, but I don't know if that's too vague.
Got any other ones?
I mean, what you said sounded.
Yeah, it sounded interesting, but
Did you make it up?
Yeah. We can say transpiration. I feel like that's fine.
I mean, that's not specific enough because it's not.
No. We could
There's also
say
like
stomatal.
Guttate. Final answer.
Final answer, please.
Guttation.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, final answer, guttation is actually correct. And
Oh,
guttation
smart.
occurs when
Sorry.
more water enters roots than is transpired. So in the morning, more water is entering into the plant than is being transpired out of it. And so it comes out in these little droplets called guttation. Well done. In cantharophily, what agent carries out pollination?
Break down the word.
Canthara.
Canthara. I don't know these Greeks.
Cats.
Some kind of insect.
Maybe like a beetle
An insect.
or a fly. No, I
beetle
don't
or
know
a
what the
fly.
fly.
Final answer, please.
Beetle.
Beetle.
Final answer, please.
Final answer is beetle.
Final answer, beetle is correct. Cantharophily is when beetle pollination, and I always like to think of these as the bumbling beetles, bumbling around in the flower and accidentally getting covered with pollen. So Cantharis is a particular type of beetle. That brings us to the end of this round. So John, could we please have the scores?
Scores at the end are Sutton Bonington 120, Manchester a little bit behind on 100.
Well, congratulations, Sutton Bonington, and well played, Manchester. You had some really hard questions there. That was a really excellent round. Well done, all of you. So thank you very much for all of that. That
Go
was
Starlit
fantastic.
Knights.
That was great. Some really good answers and some fabulous guesses, I must say. Absolutely fantastic guesses. Okay, thanks a lot, everybody. On to our next round, Heat 2 of the semifinals.
Welcome to the semifinals and Heat 2 of the Botanical University Challenge 2022. We are having in this meet, we have Durham is meeting Manchester Metropolitan University, MMU. Here are the teams. Here's the team for Durham, and here's the team for Manchester Met, called the Stone Roses. The first, team A, is Durham, and we are starting with round 1. Where is this palm house?
Ooh, where do we think? Any idea, Tom?
You? Right, not.
It looks somewhat European, but that's not helpful in any way. Make a guess. Any particularly famous botanical gardens people are aware of? No. It doesn't look like Kew.
Oh, I don't know, Royal Botanical Garden, Jamaica, if we have to guess something.
What about like something like Berlin or something like that? Yeah, try it. Should we
Yeah, go ahead.
find out Berlin Botanic Gardens?
Unfortunately, that's incorrect.
Oh, it's Edinburgh.
Oh, this is in Edinburgh, so not so far away. Next question. In horticulture, what is the term for very upright growing trees, like in the picture?
Right. Like columnar?
Yeah.
As in like a column?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Go for it.
Yep.
Final answer, columnar or column-like.
I'm not sure we'll accept that. We're going to do a little conferring here with it. No, so so the actual botanical term for this is fastigiate. So that's the word we're using in botany. Next question. Which botanical artist painted this picture of an undescribed species in Borneo? And this species was later named after the artist.
You know the species? I don't know if we know the artist. It's Nepenthes, but I don't know which one. I think there's a Nepenthes Wallenbergi, but I don't know anything beyond that.
We'll just go
Wallace did a lot around that area.
That would be a good one.
Should we go Wallace? Yeah, Tom, that sounds
Final
good.
answer?
Seems first.
Yeah, final answer, Wallace.
No, it's not, unfortunately. The answer is Marianne North. She was a fantastic botanical painter, and she was painted on site in various tropical areas around the world. And this is Nepenthes, of course, you got that right, but unfortunately that's not the question we asked. Next question. What genus is this?
Is that the chestnut with the arched scars on it?
It does look just like.
If you guys think it, go for it. Yeah. Chestnuts.
Remember to say final answer if you have the final answer.
Final answer, chestnuts.
No, unfortunately, it's incorrect. This is sorbus, the rowans, the service trees, white beams, and mountain ashes. And at least in Sweden, there's folklore is that when the rowan berries have a lot of berries, those years, that leads up to winters with lots and lots of cold and snow, which is shown to be simple folklore and have no scientific evidence of any kind. Next question, actually, we're going to team B for round 1 now. Thank you so much, Durham.
Hello, Richard can't start his video.
It says the host stopped it.
Let's see if we can have some.
Okay.
Let me know when I should go.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
Ready.
Okay. First question. Where is this palm house?
Q looks here.
I'm happy with Q, yeah.
Either Q or Wisley, but say Q, yeah.
Final answer, Q.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect.
Oh.
This is in Sefton Park in Liverpool. And next question. What is the connection between Gertrude Jekyll and Sir Edwin Lutyens? Sorry.
Lutyens built the houses or designed the houses, and Gertrude Jekyll designed the gardens, I think. Is that right?
I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Final answer. Edwin Lutyens designed the houses, and Gertrude Jekyll designed the gardens to go with them.
Correct. Very good. Next question. What genus is this?
Is it?
Is it, yeah?
Acer, maybe?
Acer, yeah.
Genus.
Cherry.
Anybody any good on winter twigs?
It's either Tilia or Prunus, is it? If you want cherry.
Tilia or Prunus?
I need a final answer.
I'm going to say cherry just because of the
okay,
box.
final answer, Prunus then.
Unfortunately, it's not. This
is
Tilia. Lime trees, linden, basswoods has many names. Next question. Why is the common name of Salix fragilis the crack willow?
Because
branches break easily.
Branches break easily, final answer.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the end of this round. So we're going back to Team A. Do we want the score? John?
Durham have yet to score, and MMU are on 20.
I'm sorry, I missed the first one. Durham
have yet to score, and MMU are on 20.
Okay, great. Thank you. First question. Alkaloids in plants function as a defense against herbivory and pathogens and occur in 10 to 25% of higher plants. Alkaloids are defined by the possession of at least one atom of which element?
I'm going to say nitrogen, but I don't know. What do you think?
It'd be a good shout, but can anyone remember this specifically?
Well, alkalis are hydroxide, but that's not an element. So, yeah, atom. I think it's nitrogen.
Let's go for it.
Yeah. Final answer, nitrogen.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Next question. Turmeric, cardamom, and ginger are all members of which plant family?
Oh, I don't get this.
No, the word that's
Rubiaceae.
No,
No,
it's
it
not.
sounds like it. Does
Yeah.
it?
Sounds about right.
No.
What do you think? How are they all monocots? I mean,
final answer?
No, it's not. It's not. Guess gone.
I need a final answer.
Final answer, Iridaceae, as a vaguely bad guess.
Iridaceae. Is that what you're saying?
The irises, yeah.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. This is Zingiberaceae, the ginger family. Next question. In Grimes' CSR scheme, what is the established strategy of nettles, Urtica dioica?
I think it's case selection, isn't it? The live fast, die young strategy, if that's the right.
Yeah.
Grimes CSR.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. Do it. So it's the case selected live fast. Oh, final answer, case selected species which are live fast, die young.
My team chairs.
I don't think that's the wrong strategy theory.
That's incorrect. So this is the C strategy, competitors, and the C, S, and R stands for various different strategies. The ruderols are the R, the S is the tolerance, and C is the competitors. Okay, so next question. How is Xylella fastidiosa transmitted?
Is that candlestick flowers?
If it is, how's it transmitted?
No, exactly.
Be potentially soil or contact would be the kind of thing we'd be looking for.
Yeah, you wanna go, Tom?
I don't know which to rule into. Anyone have any insight?
I'd go with, go with soil, Tom. Go with
Soil. The final answer, soil.
That's incorrect. This is a plant pathogen, and it's transmitted between plants by these sap-sucking insects that come and they put their proboscis into one plant, and then they go in to fly to another plant, and then they infect the other plant with the same pathogen. That's unfortunate. Next question is actually for Team B. Now we're down to round 2 for Team B. Manchester Sorry, Manchester Metropolitan. First question. Maples, Acer, are known for the characteristic shaped leaves. How are the leaves arranged?
Anybody know for definite?
Not for
I
definite.
Thought
I'd
it was
say opposite.
alternate, but
Yeah. Yeah, alternate, yeah.
Any advance on alternate?
I think
I don't think
opposite,
the
but I'm not
spiral.
confident.
Okay, alternate final answer.
That's incorrect.
Oh,
all
sorry.
all the acers have opposite leaves. It's one of the key characters when you're doing winter twig botany, when you're out there, that the acers are always opposite. There's a few other things that have that too, but it's a really good character for this particular genus. Next question. Is the pathogen causing ash dieback a fungus, a bacterium, a virus, or a phytoplasma?
I assumed it was a fungus, but...
What, do you know what it's called?
Clarafraxinia was its old name.
Yeah.
I think it might be a bacteria or phytoplasma. It's like a strange kind of bacteria. It's not quite a
I see.
bacteria.
Yeah. I think it's
I thought it was a fungus, but...
What do you think, Zita?
I thought
I
it was a
need a
fungus, but I
final
think it changed
answer.
recently, so I think it's bacteria, maybe.
Okay,
I think it's D.
You need to agree on an answer.
Okay, final answer, phytoplasma.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. It's a fungus.
Oh, it is a fungus.
It happens sometimes. Next question. Cassava, Maniote esculenta, is a member of which plant family?
That is the same family as Dioscorea. Is that the yam family?
Is it? You sure? Because I think I had this last year and I thought it was a Schefflera.
I don't know.
Because the yams are the two yams and sweet potatoes are one's Dioscorea and one's.
Kate, I need a final answer.
Final answer, Schefflera.
Schefflera is not a plant family, so do you want to say
Oh.
family? But you said Schefflera as your final answer, so I'm going to take that. I'm sorry, it's Euphorbiaceae.
Right.
The word yam is actually used for 3 different kinds of plants from 3 different families. So sweet potato, Dioscorea, and cassava are sometimes all called yam. So you can't use the common name here to help you. Euphorbiaceae, very common crop plant, especially in drier areas of Africa. Important staple crop. Next question. Who was the first official director of Kew Gardens in 1831?
Banks.
Oh, Banks.
Banks was earlier, wasn't he? Because he was sailed with Captain Cook in the 70s. So Hooker.
Okay, Hooker.
So Hooker?
Are you giving me a final answer?
Final answer, Hooker.
I will accept that.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Sir William Jackson Hooker, a very famous botanist, who was the first director. Next question is for round 3 for Team A, which is Durham. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Great. This is a transverse section of what?
Crucitum is a horsetail.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys happy with that? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a horsetail. Oh, final answer. It's a horsetail.
Correct. This is the stem of a horsetail, and you can see the center emptiness in the center, plus these air gaps further closer to the wall. Very good. Next question. What species is this?
Final answer, royal fern.
Correct. That was fast. Great job. Next question. A common mass of tree trunks, branches, and dead wood, etc. What is the species?
Not silver or alpine?
No.
No.
What do you think it is, Katie?
Could be a mouse tail. It looks like.
Yeah, go for that.
It looks like that sort of thing.
You want to go back? I don't know what mouse tails are.
No, do it.
Final answer, common mouse tail or mouse tail moss.
Well, that's a great name, but it's unfortunately incorrect. This is the common plate moss. If you look at the little short branches, they look like braids, like braided hair, like plates. I'm sorry, not correct. Next question. What is indicated by the arrow?
Sure.
Do we have to name the type of gall, or can we just say gall?
If you can say the gall type, please.
Yeah,
it's final answer, oak knopper gall.
Yes.
Nice.
I will accept that. Next question. Now we're going, changing teams again. Let's have, are we in? Yeah, we're gonna do team B, which is Manchester Metropolitan. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next question. What is indicated by the arrow?
It's a leaf mine.
Leaf miner.
Yeah, final answer, leaf mine.
Correct. This is the tunnels of a leaf miner, small insect that lives inside the leaf and makes these tunnels. Next question. This is a transverse section of what?
I mean,
Looks awfully like a stick of celery.
it looks
I
like
was thinking
celery.
that.
Yeah.
But could it be?
It's a sedge.
Could it be
No, sedge is more triangular.
farmgrass that rolls up?
Say that again, Fern.
No, is it a rush then? Oh, they're round, aren't they? Sorry.
Rushes around, yeah. But
Hey, I need a final answer.
you could say APACE for celery.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Final answer, APACE.
It's not.
Yes, that's correct. And you actually already said the species.
Yeah.
This is celery, and it's an Apiaceae. We were just asking for the general big group of them.
Oh, that's good.
Very good. Next question. Found in wet habitats such as flushes, mires, and wet grasslands. What is this species?
Paleogonala cuspidata. Get that?
Final answer from Richard there.
Can you say it again? The final answer.
Paleogonala cuspidata.
Correct. Good job. The pointed spear moss. You can see that the apices of the shoots are very spear-like. Next question. What is this species often found growing on walls and rocks?
Rusty back, Asplenium cataract. Final answer.
Correct. That's the rusty back. It's called rusty back because sometimes when you turn it over, it's called rusty hairs on the back. Next question. So now let's have see how we're doing with the scores.
Scores at Durham are currently on 40, MMU 70.
40-70. And we're starting round 4 with Durham. Next question. Which mosses are characteristic of British National Vegetation Classification Communities M1 and M2?
M is mires and bogs, so maybe sphagnum. They are. We all happy with that, yeah? Final answer, sphagnum mosses.
Correct. Great job. And next question. What is the common name for Phoenix dactylifera?
It's not going to be that lily that was on Green Planet, is it? Because that would be a good name for it. I mean, that would make sense. Should we go with the fire lily? Yeah.
Yeah.
Final answer, fire lily.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. This is the date palm. We're not really sure where it was originally wild, but it's been cultivated by humans for a long time in the Middle East and the Fertile Crescent. Next question. What is the term for the structures indicated by the arrows?
Because the ligule is the one that goes up and down, I think, and the auricle is one right around the front.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Final answer, oracles.
Correct. Okay. Richard, I see Richard, but muted. That's good. Okay, it's good. Question for Team A, Durham. What is it? Oh, sorry, that was we already did that. What does the acronym SSSI stand for?
Site of Special Scientific Interest.
Yep. Final answer, Site of Special Scientific Interest.
That's correct. Next question. So now we go into Team B. And that is Manchester Metropolitan. Are you ready?
Yep.
Everybody? Great.
Thank you.
First question, what kind of vegetation is the National Vegetation Classification Community H7?
Some sort of heath.
Heathland, some kind of heathland.
Yeah.
Upland heath.
Upland heath, lowland heath.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, go we go.
Yeah.
What's your final answer?
The upland heath, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. Final answer, upland heath.
Okay, my co-chairs. They said upland heath. I need some confirming. No?
It's close, but I'm afraid it's maritime heath. So I think we have to say no. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not an expert on British vegetation. I'm sorry. So I need my co-chairs to chime in on some of these borderline questions. So next question. What is the name of the structures that alternate with the sepals in a strawberry?
Is it the epicalyx?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Final answer, epicalyx.
Correct. Next question. To which plant family does this belong?
Oh, is that coffee?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's coffee. Yeah. And the family is what's the Latin name for coffee?
Coffea.
But what's the family?
Coffea, isn't it? Coffea.
No, that's the genus.
That's the genus.
No.
Starts with an R. Rutaceae. Is it Rutaceae?
Rutaceae.
Okay. I need a final answer.
Final answer, Rutaceae.
Rutaceae is incorrect. It's Rubiaceae. You were good with the coffee though, because it is a coffee plant. Next question. What does Section 41 of the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act from 2006 deal with?
Oh gosh,
no idea.
I just wrote about it in an assignment.
Is it contamination?
Section 41 of the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act. It's plant protection. It's plant protection. Plant protection.
Is that final answer for plant protection?
Yeah. Okay, I don't think we will accept that. That's too vague and too broad. So this is habitats and species which are of principal importance for the conservation of biodiversity in England. So it's particular habitats and particular species. Next round, we go to round 5. So we're going to get an update on the score.
Scores are close. Durham on 70, MMU on 80.
Wow. Okay. Final round. We start with Durham. First question. What is thigmotrism? Sorry. What is thigmotropism?
Yeah. Nominate Finn.
Yeah. So final answer, plant's response to touch.
Do I accept that, my co-chairs? Yeah, we need, it's more specific.
More specific.
Positive response to touch? Like towards it? To wrap around
vibrations?
Yeah, no, we won't accept that. I'm sorry. So it's not just only response to touch, but actually that they actually directionally move after they have been touched and grow. So unfortunately, you were on your way to the right answer, but not fully there. Next question. Where might you find the moths Splanchnium ampullaceum?
Rock or a tree or soil.
Any. Guess.
Anyone recognise any Latin or anything here?
I'm afraid not.
Okay, final answer is needed.
Shall we say on surface of rocks? Final answer.
Unfortunately, this is incorrect, and I wish we had a picture of this. Hannah, you can go to the, thank you. This is actually growing on dung that you can find in wet areas, and they look like tiny little umbrellas coming up. The spore capsules look like tiny little umbrellas coming up. Really cool, look like little tiny fungi, but it's a moss that just does that. Very specialized moss. Next question. What is this?
No,
That looks like a level wall.
I was going to say something on the haploid generation of a fern with a
Yeah.
heart shape.
Yeah, it does.
yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
everyone agree? Yeah.
Yeah.
Final answer: the haploid generation of a fern.
Yes, I'll accept that. This is the fern gametophyte, or the prothallus, which is the haploid phase of the fern's life cycle. Next question. These Mickey Mouse-like wind-pollinated pollen grains come from what plant genus?
Pines, yeah. So,
What plant genus? That'd be Pinus.
yeah.
Yeah. Final answer: Pinus.
Correct. This is the pine trees that make these very strange air sac accumulated pollen grains. Next question. So now we're switching teams. Now the last round for Manchester Metropolitan. Are you there? Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Trioecious species have what sort of flowers?
Trioecious.
There's three somethings.
That means 3 houses, but
Yeah, in 3 parts. Any advancement in 3 parts?
in parts, yeah, flower parts.
Yeah.
Really.
In 3s. Yeah.
But parts in 3s. Final answer.
I'm sorry, but I'm not accepting that. So this is that they have 3 types of houses. You were right about that. Where
Yeah.
in one house they have male only and one female only, and then one with hermaphroditic flowers. So it's a little different than having parts in 3s.
Yeah.
Next question. After he studied inheritance in peace, what plants did Gregor Mendel study next?
Oh, he made a big mistake and tried to study hawkweeds, I believe. Anybody answer in advance on that?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, final answer, hawkweeds.
Correct. Very good. Next question. The common name for this moss of lowland chalk in limestone Britain refers to the shape of the calyptra. What is the name?
Fire extinguisher moss.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very good. Next one. What is this object?
Final answer, a vasculum.
Correct. Well done. This
I've
was
got
used
one.
as storing plants in the field in wet or paper towels or linen towels, and bring them back at home and press them at home. Nowadays we use Ziploc bags or garbage bags instead mostly. So very good job. Okay, what is the final?
Close all the way to the end. Durham on 90, MMU ahead on 110.
So the winners is Manchester Metropolitan University of this round.
Bravo.
Congratulations and great job from Durham.
That was an amazingly close round. There were a lot of really hard questions in that one. Wow.
That's kind of what it's all about, isn't it? Amazing, absolutely amazing. Well, I mean, absolutely up to the wire. Well done, both. That's the kind of excitement that the audience loves. I'm not sure whether the teams love it so much, but you did well. And it was lovely, as I said last year, when there was the occasional question, often a briar fight, when one team knew it and the other one didn't. Full marks. I am going to pull out, and this I shouldn't do, but full marks for Extinguisher Moss, because that was one of my questions, which I'm denied about whether to include. I love that name. So absolutely well done. I gave a bravo.
And the Mendel question was a tricky
here.
one as well in that final round.
Sorry, John, what was that?
And the Mendel question in that final round was also another nice one to pull out when they needed it.
Poor old Mendel. I mean, the Hieraciums just drove him mad. I think he gave up on genetics after that. I'm not surprised either.
I'm not surprised by that.
So yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, MMU, but absolutely great fight from Durham. First time in Botanical University Challenge. Brilliant. Well done. Lovely. And not forgetting our other semi-final. Because we're in a situation now, I believe, though I'm so much on the edge of my seat, I'm not sure. Are we in a situation where we have a final?
We are. We've got Sutton, Bonington.
Fill us in, John,
MMU.
please. Can you give us everything? Because I'm guessing the audience and everyone would like to
the
know.
scores. Yeah, the scores coming up any minute.
It's fantastic. And we're going to need to draw breath. And let me just see how we're doing. Heavens, we've slipped a mere 5 minutes. I think that's amazing.
Once again, your timekeeping prognostications are absolutely amazing.
I made one or two
really
spot-on decisions, it has to be said.
Pretty incredible.
But great job, chairs, keeping to time and teams. Fantastic, there it is. There it is. And how close could that be? So our final will be Sutton Bonington versus MMU, coming quite soon. But great work, Manchester and Durham too. I think a 5-minute break would be great. Don't leave us, audience or teams. We'll be back in 5.
Excellent. So Sutton Bonington is
Welcome back to the grand final of Botanical University Challenge 2022. We have Nottingham Sutton Bonington versus Manchester Metropolitan University. These teams have fought their way through all of the heats last week and this week, and this is setting up a really, really interesting final. Let's get started. Let's introduce the teams again. Okay, we're proceeding to the first question then. Could we have the first question, please? We need to go to the tiebreaker question, bear with me. So the first question for Sutton Bonington, what is the linguistic connection between Eleocharis dulcis and Castanea sativa?
Are we allowed to see it written down?
I can repeat it for you, but I don't think we have a way of sharing it. What is the linguistic connection between Eleocharis dulcis and Castanea sativa?
It's there. So, dulcis means sweet, sativa. Thank you. We've seen it. Thank you. Dulcis means sweet, sativa. Castanea is chestnut. Sativa is commonly eaten.
Sweet chestnut, and then
sweet. Yeah, it just must be sweet. Sweet must be the final answer.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. The connection is chestnut. So Eleocharis dulcis is the water chestnut, whilst Castanea sativa, of course, is the sweet chestnut. Okay. Next question, please. We skip through this one. So what is this object?
The flower of the larch tree. Final answer.
I will accept that. Yes, it's the female cone of the larch tree, or otherwise known as a strobilus. Every bit as attractive, I think, as an orchid flower.
Yeah.
Next question. What is this species?
That isn't older.
Is it? You think?
Yes.
Okay. We're going older. ALDER. Final answer.
Yes, this is that is correct. This is Ulmus glutinosa, or otherwise known as alder, and the bark of this species was used for tanning leather and to produce a dye. Next question, please. What is this genus?
Witch hazel.
Hamamelis or witch hazel. Final answer.
That's absolutely correct. Well done. It is indeed. And we move on to the next question. So these are questions for Manchester Met. Manchester, are you ready?
Yep. Are we all here?
Are we all ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. On we go. First of all, what is this species?
Beech?
Beech, yeah.
Beech, final answer.
That's absolutely right. Well done. The answer is beech, Phagus sylvatica. Next question, please. What is this genus?
Oh.
It's
is it? No, which is it? Is it spruces that hang down? ABAs?
I don't have a better answer than that.
Yeah. Okay. ABAs. Final answer.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm afraid that is incorrect. This is Pseudotsuga, the Douglas fir. So two Scottish botanists give their name to this plant. Archibald Menzies first collected specimens, and David Douglas collected the seeds of this plant. Next question, please. What is the term for this type of growth of shoots on a tree?
Epicormic. Anybody differ from that?
That's good.
Final answer, epicormic.
Absolutely right. And this is epicormic growth. Well done. Next question, please. What is this genus?
Oh, that's the Korean fir, isn't it? Is that one ABAs? I've got one growing in my garden.
Not a cedar, is it? No.
No. No, it's a. I think it's Abies coreana.
Okay, good. There you go.
Final answer, please.
Abies.
That's absolutely right. So this is Abies.
Well done, John.
And as you said, the
Well done,
Korean for Abies coreana. Well done. Next question, please.
We're moving on to round 2. The first question is, these chromosomes have been visualized using a technique called FISH. What does FISH stand for?
It's like fluorescence in situ. Yes.
No, Sarah.
Fluorescent in situ hybridization.
I'm sorry, did you tell me the final answer?
Final answer from Sarah.
Fluorescent in situ hybridization.
That's correct. Please make sure you say our final answer is, and then say it, because it's very hard sometimes with lots of noise and lots of conversations going on at the same time. Excellent. Good job. Okay. What is the potometer used to measure?
It's the tube thing that you fill with water that measures transpiration.
Doesn't it measure a gaseous exchange? I think it measures gaseous, yes. Final answer, a device to measure gaseous exchange in plants.
I will accept that. It measures transpiration rates, so that includes gas exchanges. Next question. Plants are described as being plastic. What does this mean?
Yeah. Final answer, it means their cells are multipotent. They can become any kind of cell. They have the ability to specialize.
Not going to accept that answer. That is another kind of feature of plants that plants have. But when we talk about plasticity in plants, we talk about how they can change their overall form to various environmental conditions, not particular cells' ability to change into different new organs. Next question. What does the term totipotent mean?
Refer to previous answer. Final answer is that the cells within plants can specialize.
Yes, correct. Okay, that's very good. Excellent. Now we go to Manchester Metropolitan University, round 2. First question. What genetic mechanism involving hybridization and chromosome doubling has been important in the origin and subsequent domestication of wheat, cotton, and peanuts?
Is that polyploidy?
Polyploidy, yeah.
Yeah.
Final answer, polyploidy.
Can you be more specific?
Well,
diploidy,
like
tetraploid.
Well, hexaploid is wheat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, my co-chairs. No, you have to be more specific and say allopolyploidy.
Okay.
Not just polyploidy, because we mentioned wheat, cotton, and peanuts in particular. Next question. For what purpose do plant breeders use colchicine from the autumn crocus, Colchicum autumnale?
It blocks chromosome separation during cell division, so that facilitates polyploidy.
It causes genetic mutations.
Yeah. Did I do final answer on that?
Yes, can you do the final answer?
Yeah, final answer, yeah.
Okay, I'll accept that. Next time, say final answer is, and then repeat your answer.
Yeah.
To induce polyploidy and, for hybrids, especially if they're infertile, you can then induce fertilization by having now polyploids being formed. Next question. What does a high concentration of the plant hormone auxin do to the growth of cells of higher plants?
Auxin stimulates growth, doesn't it?
Yeah. Does it stretch?
Yeah, it makes them lengthen, doesn't it? Yeah.
It either makes them lengthen or reproduce more. I think it makes them lengthen.
Yeah. So final answer on that. Final answer, it makes the cells lengthen.
Unfortunately, I have to say that that's incorrect because it depends on how much auxin you're talking about. So sometimes it is lengthening the cells, and sometimes you have actually it inhibits it, so they have shorter cell lengths. So it's an interesting, very interesting plant hormone in that the concentration really matters here. But you were half close. So next question.
Trick question.
What is the apoplast in plants?
Anybody got any idea?
Apoplast.
Something away from a cell. Is the tissue outside cells, maybe?
Is it between these cells?
I need the final answer.
Okay, final answer, the tissue outside cells.
I think we will accept that. Do my chairs agree? They do not agree. Okay, so this is the space outside the cell membrane of plant cells. So you have to be more specific. So this is this kind of thin area around the cytoplasm outside of that. There's usually water there and bacteria and other things that are moving nutrients around in that area. Next, we're going to round 3, and we need to hear what the scores are.
Scores are currently Sutton Bonington 60, MMU 40.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, let's move on to round 3. This is a set of questions for Sutton Bonington, round 3. Can I have the first question, please? Name one feature, and don't tell me it's the DNA sequence, supporting fungi as more closely related to animals than to plants.
Cell wall of chitin rather than cellulose.
Yeah, yeah, because it's not a rigid cell wall.
Yeah.
And also lack of chlorophyll.
Plant vacuole as well.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Plus, there's a lot of things. Yeah.
Go with chitin.
Okay, give me your final answer. You only have to give me one.
The lack of cellulose in the cell wall structure.
Ooh.
Is one. We have others.
Yeah, I'll accept that. But actually, I want to tell I really wanted you to tell me what they did have, but you did say it as you were chatting with each other.
Sorry.
The answers to these are that they have chitin in their cell walls, not lignin or cellulose. They secrete digestive enzymes to obtain their food instead of obtaining their food through photosynthesis. They store their carbohydrates as glycogen as opposed to starch, and they completely lack chloroplasts. Now, that last one's a bit tricky because there's a paper that just came out earlier, just at the end of last year, showing that people have found a species of Rafflesia that actually completely lacks chloroplasts. So there is a flowering plant that has absolutely no chloroplasts whatsoever. It's lost them completely to its fungal hosts. So super interesting. And people used to think fungi were closely related to plants, which is why they're in a botany quiz. Could I have the next question, please? This is the moss, Campylopus intraflexus. What is unusual about this moss in Britain?
Is it something to do with water?
I think it's more tolerant of desiccation.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. I think it can survive in really dry places.
Yeah.
Final answer, it survives in very dry places.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. It's actually one of the very few non-native invasive mosses in the British flora. I mean, it's surprising to think of a moss as being invasive, but it's originally from the southern hemisphere, places like Australia, in the southern, from actually ancient Gondwana, southernmost South America and southern Africa. So it's an invasive moss in the British flora. Next question, please. What species is this?
Well, it's a public banana.
That looks like
it's sedge.
Rush or sedge?
I think
it has edges. I think it's sedge grass. Gosh.
You're going to be
just no. Yeah.
Okay, can I have your final answer, please, guys?
Common sedge. Final answer.
I'm sorry, this is the Carex remota. That's incorrect. This is Carex remota, the remote sedge. It's called that because the little inflorescences are far apart from each other. Not as far apart as other ones, so it's a bit of a weird name, but never mind. Okay, next question, please. What species is this?
Or reed mace. Yeah. Final answer, reed mace, also known as bulrush.
Okay, I'm going to accept that because you've given me bulrush, but reed mace is something different.
Oh.
They're two different things. This is Typha latifolia, the bulrush or cattail. Whatever the other one is, reed mace is sparganium. So it's a different plant, but they're both aquatic. But I'll give you that because you gave me bulrush as part of your answer. Okay, let's move to questions for round 3 for Manchester Metropolitan. What is this species?
Fox sedge or false fox sedge, do you think?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. There's too much of it for echinata, isn't there?
It'd be more common would be false fox sedge.
Yeah, false fox sedge. Yeah.
Can I have your final answer?
Final answer: false fox sedge.
That is absolutely correct. This is Carex otrubii, the false fox sedge. Yeah. That red color gives it away, as you were saying in your conversation. Yeah. Next question, please. What is this species?
Oh, it's one of the rushes, isn't it?
Juncus effusis.
Is it?
Juncus effusis?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it a bit loose for effusis? Is it? We'll go with Juncus effusis.
Oh, hang on. Can you see the ridges on the stem?
Yeah.
It's like good hard rush.
Sorry. Yeah. Is that the effusis?
No, it's.
Final answer, please.
Hard rush.
Hard rush. Final answer. Mm-hmm.
That is correct. Yeah. This is Juncus influxus, the hard rush.
Yeah.
Okay, next question, please. Which one of these organisms is not a member of the same clade as the other 3?
Chlamydomonas, what is that? So we've got plant, sea lettuce is...
chlamydia is like chlamydomonas. It's a protista.
Can I have your final answer, please?
Anybody any thoughts?
No, go for it.
Chlamydomonas, final answer.
I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. Diatom is the odd one out here because diatoms are heteroconts in the SAR clade, along with the brown algae and the red algae. And the other 3, water buttercup, sea lettuce, and chlamydomonas, are all plants. They're all in the clade plantae, in the phylogenetic tree of the eukaryotes. So that was a hard one. Okay, next question, please. This is such a pretty picture. This is the moss Orthotrichum pulchellum. Where does it grow?
Richard?
On trees. So it's, what do you think? Pull things on trees. Is it epiphytic? Not epiphytic.
Just, I think it grows on trees, Richard.
Yeah, on twigs on trees. Yeah.
Final answer: grows on trees.
That is absolutely correct. This is an epiphyte on trees. So epiphyte is on plants, epiphyte. It's absolutely beautiful. And the leaves, it's such a beautiful picture and such a beautiful moss. Next question, please. Oh.
Right. Could we have the scores, please, John?
Sorry, yes, could we have the scores? I'd like to have the scores now.
It's as close as it can be. Sutton Bonington on 80, MMU on 70.
Ooh, Raj, go for it.
With the scores finally poised, we move into round 4. So, Sutton Bonington, are you ready?
Yes.
We shall begin. These are the flowers of a marine angiosperm, but what is the family?
Is that seagrass?
It must. I don't recognise it. It's got the male on the top and the female on the bottom.
There's a whole group of grass-like things that I just went over.
Can you remember any of the families just to punch in there?
I really can't. There's one begins with Z, I think.
Your final answer, please.
Yeah.
I think I'm making it up, but Zygophyllaceae.
Final answer.
I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. You're close with Z.
I knew it was Z.
The family is Zosteraceae. They are seagrasses. We'll move on to the next question. What is the botanical term for the fruit of members of the Brassicaceae, the cabbage family?
Sorry, what?
Silica, I think.
Yeah, I go with that.
Final answer, a silica. I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
That's absolutely correct. They are siliques or silicular, and that comes from the Latin for pod, and these typically have 2 valves. Next question. What is this beautiful species?
Yeah.
Quaking grass, final answer.
That's absolutely correct. This is Bryza media, the quaking grass, also known as doddering dillies, cowquake, and many other interesting and fun names. Next question. What species is this?
I'm just going to the ryegrass, probably. I mean, it's not right. I don't recognise it. No, it's not.
It's not meadow foxtail.
No.
I'm trying to think of all the common
It's not
ones.
coxtail or any of those ones. It's none less common one. Lolium.
Yeah, should we go with that?
Yeah, because it's not one of the common ones.
Lolium peren, final answer.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. You had the word tail, so it's this crested dog's tail, Cynosurus cristatus, a defining species in some mesotrophic grasslands. Next question. So now we move into the set of questions for Manchester Met. Round 4, away we go. What leaf feature do the pondweeds Potamogeton birchtoldii and P. pectinatus have in common?
Any ideas, anybody?
Well, there's either filamentous leaves and laminar leaves, or maybe just filamentous leaves.
Well,
not the ones with the laminate ones. So I don't know. Probably just filamentous.
Does it have 2 types of leaf? Is that what you're saying, Richard?
Yeah, it could do, or it could be the one that has some that have just one.
We go for two types of leaves.
2 types of leaves.
Final answer: 2 types of leaves.
Can I refer this answer, please, to the adjudicators?
Well, it's wrong, but I mean the discussion was right. But I think it's filamentous leaves. It's narrow leaves, and I'm afraid the answer that was submitted was wrong.
Sorry, folks.
Thank you. And we move on. What is the botanical term for the fruit of members of the genus Prunus? Cherries, plums, apricots, peaches, and so on.
Droops.
Droops. Yeah. Final answer: droops.
That's absolutely correct. Well done. It is a drupe from the ancient Greek drupa, meaning tree ripened. Next question. What species is this?
Yeah, meadow foxtail, unless it's phleum.
No, it's Timothy. It's a phleum, isn't it?
It's phleum, yeah.
It's quite long, so it's probably Pratense rather than Bertoldii.
Yeah.
Phleum Pratense, final answer.
Again, absolutely correct. Well done. This is Timothy grass, Phleum Pratense. Next question. Grasses like Poa annua, annual meadowgrass, and Helix trichon pratense, meadow oatgrass, are often described as having tram lines. What are these?
I guess, anybody think there's distinct veins in the leaves, are they, do you think?
Yeah, they are, yeah. Two lines down the air along the main vein of the leaf.
Final answer: distinct veins along the line of the leaf.
I'm going to say that they are distinct, but there's a pair of them.
Yeah,
not
a pair of, yeah.
So it's a pair, specifically a pair of parallel grooves down the centre of the leaf.
Yeah.
That's been called correct.
Yeah.
Next question, please. And the scores?
The scores. Just conferring on the scores, and we it's 100 each entering the 5th round.
Wow, the excitement is building. So we're doing round 5, and we start with 4 questions for Sutton Bonington. Basidiomycete fungi of the genus Hygrocybe are characteristic of nutrient-poor grasslands. What is their common name?
Final answer, wax caps.
Excellent. Correct. Next question. In phalaenophyly, what agent carries out pollination?
Moths. It's phalaenopsis is waffle.
Yes,
Yeah.
wonderful, thank you. Final answer, moths.
Correct. If you know the phalaenopsis, the moth orchids, you could figure that one out just based on their Latin words. Next question. The lower part of the carving on this column is inspired by a particular plant genus. What is it?
Final answer, acanthus.
Excellent, correct. Next question. In the global strategy for plant conservation, there were 16 targets. What was target 1?
Plant conservation. It'll probably be
Remove your
protect.
plants from the regiments. Oh, just
I was going to say
conserving.
protect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Protect plants from extinction.
Protecting each habitat.
Or protecting
each distinct. Yeah, I think it's.
Protecting each distinct habitat.
Yeah, we'll go with final answer. Protecting at least one example of each distinct habitat.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. The target 1 was to make an online flora of all known plants to actually know what we have to protect. We're going to Team B, Manchester Metropolitan University. Are you ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In September 2021, Botanic Gardens Conservation International published a report entitled The State of the World's something. What is that missing word?
Do you think it was flora?
Sounds good.
Any better ideas?
I thought it might be at the end of 2020 they did plants, so I'm wondering whether if it's fungi.
Let's go flora.
I need the final answer.
Okay, final answer, flora.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. You're thinking about another report. There is a
yeah.
famous report on the state of the world's plants and one on fungi, but this is Botanic Gardens Conservation International that did trees of the world. So there's 60,000 trees around the world, and this is a summary of their conservation needs. Next question. What kind of hairs does Capsella bursa-castoris, the shepherd's purse, have on their leaves?
Anybody know?
Uh,
The glandular or
it's either glandular or stellate or unicellular.
just a guess.
I don't
Gary
know.
got.
I'm going to say stellate.
It's cabbage family, isn't it? So,
Okay, I need a final answer.
Okay, final answer, glandular.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. They
Or
have
stellate.
branched or stellate hairs.
Sorry.
Just happens sometimes, right? Next question. What environments are many C4 grasses adapted to?
They
It only works over 18 degrees, so they tend to be tropical, but then there's sugarcane, there's maize, but also some of the maritime ones as well.
It's hot environments because they have to use less.
so say dry or desert or
dry, yeah.
Limited.
Okay, I need you to summarize.
Hot and dry.
Yeah, hot and dry environments, final answer.
I will accept that. So generally it's warm and hot seasonal conditions that has moist or dry conditions, but you hit the hot and dry as being the key things here. Next question. The carving here is inspired by a particular plant genus. What is it?
Papyrus.
Mushroom.
Lotus?
Papyrus, I think.
I thought it was lotus. Because papyrus is a big fluffery thing on the top, isn't it?
It's got big fan-like leaves like this. So
Yeah.
it's not the flower, it's the leaf.
Is it the whole plant though there that's being shown?
Okay, I need a final answer.
Okay, final answer, lotus.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect.
Sorry.
This is papyrus, which you did talk about.
Sorry.
But
Sorry.
these are very stylistically made, so it's not easy always to see the connection. I think that's my last question.
Could we have the scores, please, John, before we start on our final round of this grand final?
Going into the final round, Sutton Bonington are just edging it a little bit, 130 to 110.
Okay, so there's all to play for, teams here. This is a set of 4 questions now for Sutton Bonington. Are you ready, guys?
Yeah.
Ready? Okay, first question. What type of pathogen is the cause of this disease?
Well, it looks like almost like botrytis, but like blotch or whatever.
Botrytis.
Yeah.
Botrytis fungus.
I can't remember.
Botrytis, yeah.
Just
Final answer, botrytis.
Ooh, I might have to adjudicate with my Okay, that is correct. It's a fungus. Botrytis is a fungus, but this is actually rhizopus, which is a different fungus. So we'll give you that. Next question. Which ancient Greek philosopher wrote the books Inquiry into Plants and On the Causes of Plants?
I'm not good on Greek philosophy.
The only ancient.
That's what's popped in. Is it Theophrastus or Theophrastus? The only name.
I would think that is, but yeah.
Final answer, Theophrastus.
Thank you very much. That is absolutely correct. Theophrastus was among the first botanists, and he put plants into classifications of different growth types. And he also did the same to people. He tried to classify people by their moral character. And I would say all of you botanists here today are of absolutely the top moral character, as are all botanists worldwide. Next question, please. This is a fossil plant called Chordiotes, which is about 300 million years old. To what group of plants does it belong?
It looks almost like an Arabidopsis.
Yeah, I think
Should we
it looks
go-
like
Oh, yeah,
Should we just say pteridophytes? So horsetails?
Horsetails.
Well, they do have whirls.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Final answer, horsetails.
I'm sorry, but that's not right. This is an extinct gymnosperm called Chordiotes lungatus. Fossils are really hard to tell what they're like. Could I have the next question, please? This is often used to create bushes and trees in model railways. What is it?
No, that's not sphagnum. Is that reindeer moss?
Potentially, yeah, go with it.
Okay.
Nominate Georgina for final answer.
Final answer, reindeer moss.
Are we going to accept that? Okay, we'll accept that, although it's not a moss.
It's not
a
a
lichen. This is a lichen. It's Cladonia, which we saw earlier in another round with British soldiers. This is another species of Cladonia, which is a lichen. Okay, let's change over to Manchester Metropolitan. Are you ready?
Yep.
Your final round.
Yep.
Okay, ready? Question 1. Which part of the wasabi plant, Wasabia japonica, is used to make the condiment?
The root, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Final answer, root.
I'm sorry, but that's not correct. It's the stem. It's the caudex. This is a caduciform, not a caduciform plant, but it's the stem that's used to make the wasabi. Next question. The concept of plant blindness has been widely discussed since the late 1980s and early 1990s. Recently, an alternative term has been proposed. What is that alternative term?
Anybody got any ideas?
I read an article about this.
Well, the idea that plants are ignored as opposed to
a plant selective vision or something.
Phytagnosia or
Yeah, it might be that actually.
Okay.
Let's make up one. Phytagnosia. Final answer.
Final answer, phytagnosia, I'm sorry, is incorrect. Kate Parsley in 2020 proposed that we start to use the name plant awareness disparity instead of plant blindness because it was less judgmental. So that's a new term which people are starting to use instead of plant blindness. Next question. Tulips were introduced to Western Europe in the 1500s. They were highly valued by early 1600. But in 1637, soldiers were ordered to trample and destroy the plants. Why was this?
Just to prop the market back up.
Yeah.
To create a scarcity to increase the value of the bulbs.
Okay. Yeah, I'd Can we take that as the final answer, please?
Yeah.
Okay, that is absolutely correct. The price collapsed in 1637, and the tulips were destroyed to stabilize the market in tulips. Eventually, it didn't work very well because the broken tulips now today are only sold under license. And the final question is, in this behind-the-scenes shot from BBC Green Planet, which plant was the subject of this scene?
Well, there's an awful lot of water crowfoot in it.
Oh, it was water crowfoot in chalk springing.
Yeah. Okay. Final answer: water crowfoot.
Absolutely right. That is water crowfoot in a chalk stream. Is absolutely what that scene in the Green Planet was about. So now, drum roll, please. Could we have the final scores for this grand final?
It was close all the way to the end. Final scores are Sutton Bonington 160, Manchester Metropolitan 130. So Sutton Bonington are the new champions, and last year's winners, MMU, have to do with second place this year.
Well done, both of you, though. That was a set of very, very difficult questions. That was really, really great. I mean, that was fantastic. And Alistair has pointed out to me in the chat that I'm wrong about reed mace. Sutton Bonington it is a common name for cattail in Britain. It's not in the US. So I apologize for my kind of parochial knowledge. I hope you'll accept my apology.
Thank you very much.
Yes. That is absolutely fantastic. And we had loads of fantastic tiebreaker questions for you to ask. And they're things I'm dying to ask you, but we don't need to, because you've all performed absolutely wonderfully. And what a great final. That was really, really good. Very close and down to the wire. So thanks very, very much. So I am going to pass over to John and Jonathan.
John,
well,
you go first.
First of all, I'm going to say happy birthday, Jonathan. What a way to spend your birthday. Could you have wished for a better birthday present than a final like that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thank you very much.
I think we should get all the teams to sing, but perhaps that might take the edge off it for you.
Absolutely stunning. I'm busy here at the moment preparing for the final ceremony. So congratulations, commiserations, fantastic final, fantastic Botanical University Challenge 2022 from start to end. Wonderful.
Yeah, not a single team embarrassed themselves, didn't they? There was just an amazing amount of knowledge, and from our chairs, but chipping in with all the additional information. So it's really it's not been a day for plant blindness at all, has it? What's the opposite of plant blindness? That's what we've just experienced.
Oh, plant awareness is the opposite of plant blindness.
Yeah, but what's the opposite of plant awareness then?
Plant awareness. Disparity. Yeah, I think so. I think that is a dangerous kettle of worms. but actually, I think it's important to think about that we don't characterize something as a disease or as something wrong. That what we characterize is something that's positive. And so what we want to characterize is plant love and plant appreciation. So I think that's what we have, a room full of people, and have had a whole afternoon full of people who are all dedicated to actually thinking about plants in that positive, in that really, really positive light. And I'm sure we'll go out and ensure that everyone they meet will not suffer from plant awareness disparity in the future.
It's clearly the wrong term, because we've got more words for the colour green than any other colour, because we're evolved to identify plants.
Oh, I don't think that's true, John. I will disagree with you there.
Wikipedia,
we,
and count the number of words.
Who is we?
Well, in most languages, if you look it up on Wikipedia, there are more words for shades of the colour green than there are for other colours.
Not in Navajo.
I think the issue is that plant blindness refers to a disability that often, blindness is often a permanent disability, whereas what we're talking about when we're talking about this concept is that people not yet have learned about plants. There is this whole world of green, fantastic, amazing things out there. And that's the disparity that you can reduce the disparity. You can reduce your absence of knowledge by learning about fantastic, amazing things. So I think there's very important what kind of words we use.
I think we need to get back to celebrating our champions, and what a wonderful day
I
we've
actually
had.
think to celebrate all these botanists who actually don't suffer from anything,
no,
except perhaps overly loving plants, which is not a bad thing to suffer from, I think.
You have been absolutely fantastic. You know, I'm so impressed, everybody.
Me too, and I'm going to jump in now. Have we got everybody on screen? Because I think now is the time when we've all had a chance to talk and present our congratulations for the team. So let's see everybody, and we're going to move now into the prize ceremony. And I'm delighted to start this off myself, and then we're going to bring in a special guest who will do the presentations of the runners-up and the winners, and I'll introduce him very soon. So I'm going to try and share my screen and see if we can move into the prize ceremony. Okay, we really need sort of fireworks music at this point, but I'm just going to focus on trying to share my screen. Which is always a challenge. So here we go. Can I have permission to share my screen? Thank you muchly. I have a lot to say, but I had to, and I better just check that I've tweaked it properly before we go in, and then I'll be with you very soon. That looks right, according to me. Yeah, okay, so up we go here. So let's have a go. So, right, let's go into here. Okay, can you see that, everybody? Okay, delightful. Okay, lovely. Well, fantastic, is that not? I'm trying to think what the time is. I think we've done very well again with the timing. Thanks all for fantastic 2 days, in fact 2 afternoons of Botanical University Challenge 2022. Let's not forget the wonderful teams that we had to say farewell to last week. We had 18 teams in total. That was reduced to these 8 teams that we have seen competing today in a wonderful spirit of botany and plants and everything. And it's always wonderful to have this situation where we can actually hear the discussions, we can hear the comments from the chairs. So we actually learn so much, and we basically just imbibe the enthusiasm and the love that plants generate. So welcome to Botanical University Challenge 2022 Awards Ceremony. First of all, I would like to congratulate our 6 teams who didn't quite get to the end of the contest but fought valiantly. Nobody goes away from Botanical University Challenge empty-handed because of all the knowledge and all the experience that you gain. Let me remind you the after party coming up where you'll be able to chat to us all. Everybody gets a t-shirt. I'm not actually wearing mine, but I have it, but we are seeing some here. And everybody who took part last week but didn't get through to this week gets the Invasives and Woodlands ID sheets from the Field Studies Council. That will help you rehearse for Botanical University Challenge 2023. But our teams, our 6 teams, RHS, Cambridge, University of Manchester, University of Liverpool, Open University and Durham University, you get, in addition to all those wonderful things, additional identification sheets from the Field Studies Council. So let's salute our sponsors and our teams at this point. A round of applause for our 6 wonderful teams: RHS, University of Cambridge, University of Manchester, University of Liverpool, Open University and Durham University. Wonderful, wonderful. And thanks to the Field Studies Council for your generous support, and also the New Phytologist Foundation for helping through a grant to make Botanical University Challenge 2022 so successful. At this point, I would like to hand over to my great friend and colleague Colin Clubb from Kew, Head of Conservation at Kew, and I would like Colin to present the prizes to the runners-up and to the winners. I remember when we started Botanical University Challenge back in 2016. Everything seems longer ago than it is now, because we've just lost 2 years recently, and I can't quite remember why. Oh yes, I can. That's all those little test things I have in the kitchen there with 2 lines on them. I well remember Colin introducing Botanical University Challenge 2016. And his kind words there, and his support ever since. He was one of our 2 chairs last year, asking the questions along with Alistair Fitter. He's been a great supporter, and at this stage, without further ado, I'd like to hand over the prize presentation ceremony to Colin Clubb from Kew. Thank you very much.
Well, Jonathan, thank you very much indeed for that. And I've actually had the grandstand seat today. I haven't had anything to do today except to watch and listen to these wonderful teams answer this range of questions, huge knowledge on display today. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I think we can safely say that the future of botany is in good hands. And I really mean that to all of our competitors today. As Jonathan said, we first launched Jonathan and John's concept of Botanical University Challenge at Kew in 2016 with 5 teams. And here we are, however many years on. It is blossomed, and it is because of the enthusiasm of young botanists like yourselves who are studying at the moment, who are committing themselves to this wonderful field that's certainly, for those of us who are sitting admiring you, it's given us wonderful careers, and we would thoroughly recommend it. Sandy, Lena and Raj's introductions all have given you insights into where botany can take you, and I would just add my own experiences to that. The talk of maybe the talk of plant blindness is something we're beginning to break down. I think the recognition of a challenge and a problem, as Lena said, is something that we need to recognise first, then do something about it. But all of our competitors today, it's been a fantastic competition, and really, I know not time for vote of thanks, but particularly thanks to Jonathan. And to John, but Jonathan, who steered us through and grown this, though we've actually, although we're online, and I hope next year we might be able to meet in person somewhere for some part of the finals. But this year, as you know, you've had to go through qualifying rounds and then to the finals here. So it is a concept that has really found its time and found an audience. And so, but sadly, any competition ends up with 2 people fighting it out, 2 teams fighting out, and we had an absolutely wonderful final. I mean, it was really nip and tuck all the way. At one point I thought, that's it, MMU are going to retain their title. They were streaking ahead, lots of lovely interactions and discussions, but sadly they stumbled on a couple of questions. Sadly, 2 of them, and one shouldn't perhaps remind you, you had the answer, but you were, that's it, which one was right, and was so close. But so for this year, Manchester Metropolitan University, congratulations on making another final, but commiserations on not quite getting there. You were beaten by a wonderful team, but you put up a great fight. So your runners up this year, I hope you enjoy. In particular, you've got the opportunity of getting the Green Planet book as well, which is a fantastic piece of botanical literature, and with the added wonderful memento of Sir David actually signing it for you. So many congratulations to MMU, and we look forward to seeing how you'll bounce back next year. So congratulations to MMU, our runners up this year. Okay, well that then leads us to move on to our final slide, Jonathan, and that is our winners this year. We've got a slide coming up shortly.
It will do. It will do. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out how to do it. Whether I have to go out and come in again, I don't know. There we go. Does that look right?
That looks right. Perfect. Perfect. So to our Botanical University champions of 2022, Sutton Bonington, University of Nottingham, Sutton Bonington, congratulations to you. You fought an absolutely tremendous competition. And again, the depth and the breadth of knowledge that the team showed, really phenomenal for a group of people, early in their career in this wonderful subject. So really fantastic. It was an inspiration. And as Sandy, I think, said earlier on, I'm with Sandy. I mean, I've learned a lot today, particularly on the smaller things, the mosses and the lichens, which I don't do anything with really. But you've taken it all. You've actually gone all the way through there. There's a whole range of really, congratulations to the question setters who put all this effort in. And put together a fantastic competition, which you are now champions of. And so congratulations, good luck with future studies, good luck with careers in botany, and thank you for entertaining us both today and in the exciting preliminary round, which I thought, again, with that format that John and Jonathan have come up with the sort of pub style quiz, I thought that was actually quite a fun thing this year, and a new innovation for Botanical University Challenge. And I think if we manage to keep growing our teams next year, then that format will be the norm. So I think a round of applause. Enjoy your prizes, but also enjoy the position of being Botanical University champions for 2022. Sutton Bonington, well done.
Bravo.
And really, that's it from me, I think. Before handing over back to Jonathan, I did want to just hijack a little bit. Jonathan on his birthday. Jonathan is the person that has really kept us going, and it's his really, I mean, the two Johns are an amazing duo. I think I saw in the chat somewhere that the two Ronnies came up. I wasn't sure whether that was directed towards the two of them, but it's been a pleasure to be associated with the Botanical University Challenge and the various contributions they've allowed me to make. But Jonathan, thanks for your hard work and really keeping us all on track, giving us tasks, giving us deadlines, and helping everything run so smoothly today. But over to you, because I know you won't say that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will say my words of thanks later, but thank you so much, Colin, and thank you for coming by today. I hope you might be able to join us with the teams for the after party. So just to finish now, once again, salutations, Sutton, Bonington, MMU, and the rest of the teams. I'm going to stop sharing, and then I would like to share a couple of slides just for the final votes of thanks, and then I will ask John Warren and the chairs, indeed, if they'd like to, just to say some final words. That's right. Yes, thank you. I'd like the votes of thanks, and we've got the teams here actually. So whether the teams would like to unmute and just say something, because it's about you. Okie doke. Thank you very much. Well, yes, it really falls to me to thank our chairs. You've seen them in action. Fantastic. Different approaches, lots of information that we gained from them. So I will be providing them with a small appreciation certificate. They have, of course, the infamous T-shirts. which they will treasure. They are collector's items, of course, these. And so huge thanks to Sandy Knapp, Lena Struve and Raj Whitlock for really being fantastic chairs. And not only have they been chairing today's session, they've been involved. The questions were written by a team, the planning team, but some of the questions were written by the chairs, and certainly all of them have been discussed. And I think that shows in the presentation we've had today that we've had a wide range of questions. We've broadened the coverage. Always impressed with how the teams cope with the range of questions. There is really scope for more and more and more. There are many plant-related concepts in our world. The importance of plants is endless, and that means the source for questions for Botanical University Challenge is endless, and I'm absolutely grateful to our three chairs today for just keeping us on botanical track and doing such a great job. So let's have a round of applause for our three chairs for today. Thank you so much. And then if I could move to the next slide. So I mentioned the team, the Botanical University Challenge planning team. For this year, we've worked very hard. We've had quite regular meetings. I've got somewhere on the computer the minutes of lots of meetings. This is something that we want to continue into the future, but we also want to think about how not only we can get more teams involved, and I think that's something that is clearly going to happen, we can see the trend, but also how we can increase our influence in other ways, particularly in supporting the next generation of botanists that we're seeing involved here. It's an area where we need to pay attention. We need to foster and cultivate, if you like, the talent we have. And so this is our planning team. We've just heard from Colin Clubb, so I'll mention the two in the middle. Alistair Fitter, Colin Clubb, important members of our planning team, chairs for Botanical University Challenge last year, and instrumental, particularly I would flag Alistair Fitter in helping us get the support from the New Phytologist Foundation, which has really helped us not only pay for the t-shirts, but to get lots of tasks done. And so that's been fantastic. Thanks to them. I would also thank Muriel Jones, particularly for her work on social media. So the tweets you have seen, the Instagram you've seen have been her, and also Mika Fernandez Iglesias, you can see bottom right, who's been really helpful with the design. So Muriel has really masterminded the social media, but has also been really important in keeping me on track in terms of organising and remembering all the different things that need to be done, because you can imagine something like this isn't done overnight. Mika's been really great for the design. She designed our logo, the t-shirt, and a lot of the important slides that we've been using. So thanks to her. She's an undergraduate zoology student. I think that says everything. Zoe on the bottom left has been, she's a PhD student at Reading. She's been really important in helping collate all the information, the teams, the emails, and that kind of information. Really important on that side, because that kind of information we have to have at our fingertips. Hannah and Seb, saluted by me here, our tech team. As I said last year, when Jonathan Charmley, who's illustrated in the middle, was one of our undergraduate archaeology students, stepped forward and did the amazing job on Zoom. This year, his expertise, his experience was handed on to Seb Stroud from Leeds University, and Hannah Hall, another of our PhD students here. And Hannah is the one who has carefully been presenting the slides of questions all day. We can't underestimate the amount of work involved in from the tech team, so thank you to them. Susan Medcalf, one of our plant diversity master students, she has been involved right from the beginning. She was with us in 2016 at Kew, and she's been really important, particularly in developing the questions, in thinking about the questions, the appropriateness of them, the formatting of them, the organization of them, making sure we don't have duplicates. And that kind of work cannot be underestimated. So all of these aspects are important. So thanks to her. Alistair Cullum, top right, my colleague at Reading, has really been a great support in Botanical University Challenge, and particularly in the online sessions. And that kind of support is absolutely essential in-house. And I think finally that leaves John, my colleague, partner in crime, if you like, right from the beginning and before. We're never quite sure where Botanical University Challenge concept came from, except that it obviously leans on some existing stuff. So John, actually also with people from Edge Hill University, we started this off in 2016. We've seen it grow, and thanks John very much for that. So those are my thanks, because although I've kept an overview of this whole business, you cannot do this work without a great team. So thanks very much to our chairs. Thanks very much from me for the planning team. And I think at this stage, it probably leaves me to ask if anyone else would like to add any words before John Warren gives us the final farewell for 2022 and looking forward to Botanical University Challenge 2023. So thank you all very much.
Jonathan, can I just thank you for asking me to be part of this, because I'm not a great aficionado of quizzes, as you have found out over the entire planning of this, but this was absolutely fantastic and it was a really great thing to be involved in. And I also just want to echo your thanks to Seb and Hannah, who did an amazing job of keeping something so smoothly running through so many different transitions and talking to us behind the scenes. And I just want to kind of echo those thanks on my behalf, but I'm sure on behalf of Raj and Lena as well, is that it was fantastic. It was just a really fantastic experience.
Yeah, if everybody could come on the team who could come on screen just so we can see everybody, that would be great. So if that can be done, don't worry if it can't. But yes.
Yeah, you need to take a picture, Jonathan, to illustrate the article you're going to write for me about Botanical University Challenge 2022. Is that not right?
Yes, absolutely. And we do have, I can remind the audience as well, of course, because we have our wonderful audience, in fact, and thank you so much for signing up. Those of you who are going to yet to watch it on the live stream, our audience survey link has gone out. I'm pretty sure of that. So please do send us back your views. We're always looking forward. That's what botanists do. We like to think about the historical aspects of botany, but we're always forward looking. I think it's one of the amazing characteristics of botanists. Always are glass half full and looking forward. So please do fill out our audience questionnaire. And yeah, Botanical University Challenge 2023 for sure will happen. We hope we'll be able to encourage other aspects of support for our young generation of botanists too. So thanks all, and thank you for that, Sandy. My guess is we probably move now and ask John Warren to sign off. I'm really looking forward to talking to the student teams. And indeed, if we have any teams from last week who would like to join us, the Zoom after party, just drop us an email. And in fact, I'll get Seb to send an email around to everybody.
Thanks, everybody. I'm sure that those of you watching online on YouTube have enjoyed the afternoon as much as we have here. I'm just going to finish by thanking the people who this is all about, because what you won't be seeing from the outside are the wonderful comments that are coming up on the control page here. And there are some really special, kind thoughts from each of the teams to each of the other teams, congratulating them. Every time a team was knocked out, it was done in such a wonderful spirit. And we've spent a lot of time talking about plant communities. And what this afternoon has demonstrated is there is a very vibrant community of botanists, of next generation botanists, of young botanists. And it will be great when we can all get back together again. But it's clear to see that there is a strong community out there that have played this game in such a wonderful spirit. And I'm just so touched to see the kind words that you've said about each other. So thanks for taking part, and I hope you've all enjoyed it, and see you next year at BUC 2023.